Our energy sector experts and mandarins will be giving their presentations on diverse challenges facing the sector and opportunities available for it. And in order to make the conference ambience more interactive and communicating, a series of multifaceted panel discussions will be held throughout the day, covering topics including energy reforms, upstream revival and offshore opportunities, challenges and way forward for Pakistan's oil and gas sector policy, and a discussion on a very pertinent topic of leveraging AI, a game changer for efficiency and accuracy. In a nutshell, the keynote presentations and panel discussions will cover each aspect of the country's energy supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, Petroleum Institute of Pakistan, PIP, is led by a team of hugely experienced and adept professionals who are working towards promoting the development of Pakistan's energy sector through policy advocacy, capacity building, research, publications, seminars, workshops, and conferences such as this one. Let us now welcome Chairman Petroleum Institute of Pakistan, Sayyid Mohammad Taha, who is also the Managing Director, Pakistan State Oil, to present his opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sayyid Mohammad Taha.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Glory to the glorified, the exalted, the Creator, who has created the entire universe and cosmos without any support and experimentation. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and Assalamu Alaikum. On behalf of PIP, Petroleum Institute of Pakistan, I welcome you all to the conference Pakistan Energy Conference 2026. We are at the crossroad as we are facing challenges, and every challenge holds opportunity. Let's look at Pakistan energy sector first. Our primary energy demand, if I remember correctly, has been growing steadily with CAGR of 1.1%. In early 2000, it was 55 million tons of oil energy. Now we are at 85. But at the same time, the population is growing at an alarming rate of 2.6%. So our per capita energy consumption, whether it's fossil fuels or electricity, it's lowest among the global arena. So there is an opportunity for us. And that's why in this conference, the theme is transforming Pakistan's energy sector. We have included every complete value chain from downstream to midstream, upstream, everyone. And you will see during the sessions, all experts, policymakers, regulators, government officials, scholars, they will come in and they will share and give their feedback regarding policies, improvement in policies, so as to harness and capitalize on these opportunities. In today's conference, the agenda has been set in a way we have to tap investments because the government is aiming at an ambitious target of doubling the GDP. So there are drivers of growth which we need, and energy is definitely the top one. And based on the government policy initiatives and reforms, and structural reforms, I would say. This conference will provide the decision makers an insight, data-driven, so that they can take. We will be presenting Pakistan Energy Outlook for 2025, but I would like to thank everyone here who have joined us. I would also like to thank PIP led by Shahryar Umar, the CEO, for this initiative. And during the conference, we would be able to come up with a coherent policy framework for the government and the policy makers so that we can untap and unleash this investment opportunities which are prevalent everywhere. With these words, thank you very much, and I wish every one of you have a very meaningful, insightful, and a productive event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your opening remarks. We are confident that today's conference will be several hours of stimulating and insightful views on many facets of Pakistan's energy sector, where not just gray areas and challenges will be on focus, but also possible solutions will also be addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to be joined by the Honorable Federal Petroleum Energy Division, Mr. Ali Parvez Malik, who has been at the forefront of advancing the development and growth of Pakistan's energy sector. However, due to certain unavoidable circumstances, the Honorable Minister is unable to join us in person and will be addressing us through a recorded video message. Let us now play the Minister's video message for the occasion.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Let me first of all start by commending the Petroleum Institute of Pakistan for conducting this conference, which will provide us a roadmap to handle the fast changing energy landscape of Pakistan. As we transition from fossil fuels to cleaner technologies, we will energy canvas for Pakistan. And I am pleased to report here that as a member of the government of Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, we are all geared up to support in this transition, whether it be in mining and exploring the transition minerals that are needed to fuel this transition, or whether it is to localize the exploration of gas so that we can provide to find new sources of affordable and clean energy, and at the same time ensure the sustainability of the energy sector. As you are all aware, Pakistan is faced with serious climate challenges despite having a small carbon footprint. So we as Government of Pakistan will continue to encourage for more exploration of gas within Pakistan so that we can not only enhance the energy security of the country, but at the same time provide cleaner fuel to our growing industrial sector. To optimize all these production technologies, we will continue to invest and encourage our partner companies to invest in modern technologies, AI technologies and latest machinery. And the government of Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is committed to providing whatever support and incentives needed to graduate the E&P sector on modern lines. To ensure a better working relationship between the upstream, midstream and downstream sectors, the Petroleum Division continues to work with Power Division and Water Division to thrash out an integrated energy plan for the country. And inshallah ta'ala, as we come to grips with the choke points in our energy chain, we should be able to provide a seamless supply of affordable. Participated in the recent bid rounds, both for onshore blocks and offshore blocks, and I am also grateful to our foreign partners, especially Turkish Petroleum, SOCAR and UEP, which have put confidence in the governance structure of Pakistan and are willing to help us in navigate this path towards more indigenization. In the end, I appreciate the continued role of Petroleum Institute of Pakistan and its member companies in supporting evidence-based policy making and sectoral development. I am confident that the outcomes of the conference will contribute meaningfully to achieve a secure, affordable and sustainable energy future for Pakistan. Thank you very much.
We are indeed thankful to the Minister for sharing his video message for the occasion. He has also advised us to share key takeaways of the conference with the Ministry along with the presentations, which shows his commitment and interest in improving the energy situation of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate that this conference is basically divided into three sections. Key takeaways from Pakistan's Energy Outlook Document 2025, keynote presentations, and then, as mentioned earlier, a series of panel discussions featuring energy experts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you may know, the Pakistan Energy Outlook 2025 is a flagship publication of the Petroleum Institute of Pakistan that presents a comprehensive and forward-looking view of the Pakistan's energy landscape. Based upon earlier editions, this latest outlook reflects deeper analysis and a broader scope, offering valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities shaping the country's energy future. I will now invite Dr. Mirza Faizan Ahmed, Assistant Professor in charge of Economics and Management Science Department, NED-UET, Karachi, to please present key takeaways of the PEO 2025 document. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Faizan Ahmed.
Thank you so much, Imran Sahab. Can I have my slides, sir? Thank you. It is indeed a privilege for me that I am presenting here the Pakistan Energy Outlook 2025. And in series, this is the fourth edition that we are presenting in collaboration with PIP and Economics and Management Sciences Department of NED University. Since 2019, we are in collaboration with PIP, and this is the fourth in line projections for next 25 years. Let me introduce the team which has developed this Pakistan Energy Outlook 2025, myself, Mirza Faizan Ahmed, and my colleague, Dr. Shabir Ahmed, was also part of the team from Economics and Management Sciences Department. The department started in 2018, and you all know very well that NED University is an engineering university, but we are now offering BS and MS program in Economics and Finance and Management Sciences from our department as well. From the PIP, we have Shahryar Umar Saab, Mohammad Danish Saab, Adil Saab, and Waqas Saab as the team members. Since 2005, when the first Pakistan Energy Outlook was published, this is the 10th one. This is the 10th edition, 10th report of the Pakistan Energy Outlook we are presenting in 2026. Let me highlight some of the important features of this document. It has 25 years energy forecast, energy demand forecast, and especially what we need to be focused on is this demand is by sector and by type of fuel. We all know that as the HDIP publishes, which is a government source document, it publishes energy yearbook with 5 different sectors, including residential, industrial, commercial, public and transport, and with 5 different types of fuels and energy which have gas, oil, LPG, electricity and coal. So we consider these sectors and fuels as well while we are considering developing the demand forecast. What is more important to highlight that we have continued in 25 edition, we estimated elasticities of price and income which affect the demand, and in simple terms, we see that if 1% change in price, what is the percentage change in the demand? If there is 1% change in income, what is the percentage change in income? And this is the first time we are doing it through a typical due methodology which is robust in economics and econometrics and based on the reliable data sources which are published by the government. It is contemporary as well because it's not simply just putting some numbers in the in a typical model, just putting some numbers in the in a typical model and get some numbers out of it. Rather, we consider what are the contemporary issues like the GDP. There is something very interesting. We have a link with energy supply and the economic growth. You all know that if the supply is low, it has to affect economic growth as well. And side by side, when there'll be higher growth or the lower growth, it has to impact the energy demand. So it's a very complex sort of a situation. You can see a bidirectional sort of causality. One affect the other affect the first one again. So we have this situation. When we were developing this Pakistan Energy Outlook last time in 2022, we used the data of 2021. And I was presenting at the same forum and specifically highlighted a few things which were there. We have higher inflation and lower GDP growth. In fact, that was the time when we were facing these issues. And they continued for further as well in later years. We expected energy demand to come down. That was based on the typical data-based forecast. Then we had another problem of increasing energy prices. And we specifically highlighted that the major effectee will be industrial demand. Now what happened? Look at this chart. It shows the consumption figures. I'm again repeating, consumption figures, it means it's final energy, not the primary energy. And we can see it has dropped from 2021, and this time we were using the data of 2024, it has dropped by 30%. I'm again repeating, it doesn't include the numbers of any other source. They are coming from HDIP's energy yearbook. You can see the major decline in coal, followed by gas, and then the others. The only increase is in LPG. Take a look at this chart. It shows by sectors. The consumption by sector, again the same numbers are there, but they are now typically distributed by sectors. And we can see here that the industrial sector is the major effectee. This is what I am saying. They are published by the government of Pakistan, by HDIP. The major effectee is the industrial sector. The 3 reasons which I've highlighted here: higher inflation, lower economic growth, higher increasing energy prices. But side by side, there are other factors which we need to explore, which have resulted in this situation. In fact, they are moving towards alternatives as well. Now, if we consider by sector, by type of fuel, 6 major by sector, by type of fuel: transport sector oil, then domestic sector gas demand, industrial sector gas demand, domestic sector electricity, and so on and so forth. The first 6 actually consumes 85% of the total energy being consumed in the economy, first 6. So when we estimate our numbers of forecast or develop any forecast, we consider these 6 sectors and fuels, and develop a forecast for these 6 primarily, and for the rest of the others, we consider simple CAGR. The situation is right there before you. Mix has already changed, has also changed over the period. Now, what is we have in 2025? Again, we have 25 years energy forecast, but I'm repeating, it's based on the elasticities based on price and income. I'm sorry. We have developed scenarios based on these elasticities and GDP growth, and we calculated the energy intensity and tried to get some number of the import bills as well over the period of next 25 years. The study's scope is in fact limited with the sectors and fuels we have there. We do not disintegrate it further because the data of high-speed diesel, suppose, or gasoline or the other type of fuels are not specifically available in the typical manner as we have for these. And we are unable to incorporate any seasonal factors because the data is annualized. Estimations are in fact based on some assumption that you can go through in the detailed report. The first scenario, S1. If we consider the long period of time since 1990, suppose, we have on average 4% real GDP growth. Sometimes we have higher, sometimes lower. On average, it is 4%. So if we consider business as usual scenario, there is no change. Whatever the price and income elasticities are there, they will remain intact. There will be no significant impact of CPAC, the transmission and distribution losses. There will be no significant impact of off-grid. It's a baseline scenario. Suppose we consider it. In the second scenario, we change these things and we suggest some improvements in the elasticities and take impact of the others. And in the third scenario, which we are calling reform scenario, because government is planning to have long-term higher growth rates, long-term growth of any country. Now look at these numbers. They may be a little complex, but I mean the price elasticity, the numbers are 0.16 means 16% with minus sign. Then 0.23, 23% with positive sign, and so on and so forth. Price elasticities are comparatively lower. And in the case of domestic sector gas, even it is positive. Means when price increases, it doesn't make any difference, people demand more. What if we consider income elasticity? They are higher except for only one case where we have residential electricity. You know, the tariff rates are very high, now they are impacting. With the increase in income, people are not demanding more. We are expecting improvement. The price elasticities will increase with negative sign. The income elasticities will come down. People will be more rational. They'll be more responsive. If you look at this chart, just forget about what I've presented here. Think for a moment. If the price elasticities are lower, income elasticities are higher, means when price increases, people don't bother. When income increases, they spend too much. Again, they don't bother. So they're less responsive to these things. And they must be responsive, in fact. You know the difference between primary energy and final energy, it's the difference of transformation losses, the power, transmission and distribution losses and others. If we deduct them from primary energy, it becomes the final energy. Take a look at this chart. We have a slight decline. In fact, I've mentioned that the supply has reduced. It is now 80.75 MTOE, and the demand is higher. We expect if the government plans, the projections are met, the demand and supply will come closer, but later on there'll be deficit again in the years to come. So we need more energy if we are expecting some growth in future. They are interlinked, in fact. Considering the second scenario where we have some improvements, you can see and compare it with the previous chart. Because of the improvements, we require more energy, and that is slightly lower than the previous one because we are having improvement in terms of electric vehicles, we are having an impact of off-grid and the others. What if we consider the higher growth, the difference will be significantly higher. We are expecting that whatever government's plan are there, if they continue to intact, in any year to come, economy will not be able to have its energy demand fulfilled. If the government plans a very high energy growth, they require more, very high economic growth, they require more energy, and they are unable to provide it with the supply they are planning for. Let's take a look at this energy mix. We are still highly fossil fuel based. In fact, gas, oil, coal are having higher share currently. And we are expecting that in S1, the baseline scenario, these shares may be changing to some extent, specifically if I talk about gas, because we are having significant shortage of the gas supply, and it will be impacting the shares, the mix as well. What about the LPG, hydro, and renewable? They'll be increasing. We are expecting it. As far as demand mix is concerned, side by side, gas and coal, we are expecting they'll decline in percentages in their share, and the others, specifically LPG, hydro, and renewable, will be increasing. What about imports? Currently, we have 39.4% imports in the total energy supply. We are expecting them to grow. We need indigenous resources, and what we are importing, the major import bill comprises of gas and oil. So it specifically highlights the need of exploration further in the country, which is mentioned by the Minister Saab as well. As far as this final energy demand is concerned, if you break them down by different sectors, with the tendency we are having in the residential sector, they are less responsive. I'm repeating again. So we are expecting that the situation will be very odd, and perhaps the most responsive, reasonable sector where we are having more developments as well is the transport and to some extent industrial sector, but residential sectors, energy demand requires some rationality to come forward. Otherwise, it will be surpassing significantly compared to the other sectors in future. The mix will also change. We have more gas and electricity demand by residential sector, industrial sector, and demand by, specifically of oil by the transport sector. The scales are different. You can understand the difference between these two charts. The above one is for 2024, the below one is 2050. What are the relative measures? If I consider per capita energy demand, it has been increasing over the period, and we are expecting it will continue to increase in future. You can compare it with the world per capita energy demand, and we are still very low. So we expect that if we have more economic growth, we will require more energy, and as far as per capita is concerned, it will increase in future. What about the relative measures in terms of what we are producing with the use of that energy? And that's nothing but the simple energy demand or energy supply by the GDP. It shows there is no significant improvement. We will continue to live with the pace we are living, and we need energy efficiency side by side. We are not expecting in the baseline scenario this has to come. If we consider S3 reform scenario, for which we are unable to meet the demand, I'm repeating again, we may have some efficiency in future. We can bridge domestic use of imported coal for the power generation may be reduced, and non-power use of oil and gas may not be substituted. We know that. It has to continue. It may not be substituted. We know that. It has to continue. And we import more. We'll be importing more. You can see there the oil as well. It has to increase. It has to be around 12%, 11%, 4%, 6%. So we are again having further shortage to continue with the situation we are living in. If we import oil and gas from outside the country, we need exploration in Pakistan to take away from the situation. First, there may be several reasons. you can attribute this to smuggling and then the many other things which are coming from unknown channels, or you can say undocumented channels. But the energy consumption, as far as the reports are concerned, government reports are concerned, has dropped by 30% in 3 years. I'm repeating again, energy demand is less sensitive to price and more sensitive to income. When we have more income, we consume more, we don't bother. The financial sector takes exception because of the reason I've already mentioned, and it needs to be more responsive. Almost 80% of the supply is still fossil fuel based, but it is expected to decrease in future. And we are expecting hydro, LPG, and renewable specifically to increase their demand. Oil and gas demand may decrease slightly, but not too much. I'm again saying in percentage terms, not in the real numbers. In their shares, their mix, in the mix, it may be slightly lower, but not in the absolute numbers. Residential sector has to be responsive. We are expecting energy import bill to increase as per proportion to GDP as well, and what we are expecting, I'm from economics background, and I feel it may not be appropriate for an economy to import this much energy, and we are continue to live with as we are living here. Reform has 3 scenarios specifically when we have higher GDP and we have other improvements in the economy as well, maybe the more viable solution. It seems so, but economic growth with the projections and plans the government already have. Energy intensity, I'm again repeating, it is stagnant. We do not see any significant efficiency improvement. Import bill to increase in future. And just to mention one thing, if we simply replace the domestic coal with the imported coal, there will be around $8 billion saving in the import bill as far as our projections are concerned by 2050. So you can think about the saving if we have more domestic gas. And we can have a dream to be a prosperous, and we don't have it. So we need to have more exploration. I don't know how to interpret, but US just invaded, not invaded, but entered in Venezuela. Invaded, but entered in Venezuela because of some odd reasons, we all know. If they are there, they're not going there for a couple of years or so. In fact, there is something in their mind. They're expecting something in future. And the interest is again there in energy. We need to incentivize investors. We have more gas, we have electricity, is asking for. Why? Because the economics doesn't work. Economics doesn't work in the situation we are trying to present it. We need to incentivize investors so that they come forward. If the risk is higher, you need to give more return. You can reduce risk, the people will be interested in investment in the energy sector. Reduction in transmission and distribution losses, especially in gas and electricity, is required. Energy prices requires rationalization. The time when we had lower gas prices was perhaps not right. Now they are increasing. We are considering different tariff for different type of gas, for different type of customers. We need to rationalize it. With this, we cannot continue sustainably anymore. We have to think about it. And again, if they are rationalized, the market will be quite smooth, sustainable. We also need efficient appliances and solutions so that we could have energy efficiency. Electric vehicle was perhaps a dream some years ago, but now they are reality. If we have electric vehicles, in fact, the demand for oil may reduce, but the demand will be there. In absolute term, it will be increasing. We must promote electric vehicles just because of one reason, because it'll reduce the burden on oil and gas, in fact. So it's a good policy. I believe that it can have a lot of impacts, and in S3 scenario, we have presented it. Recent developments support alternatives in electricity and oil, but not in gas sector. We We need some alternatives for gas as well. It will reduce the burden. I'm repeating my word again. It cannot wipe out gas requirement or demand. It cannot wipe out the oil demand anymore. We must have thorough and continuous research to nudge customers, not by force, but by their willingness, towards energy efficient solution and their consumption. We had lower electricity supply some years ago. Now we have more capacity but less demand. Why? Because we did not have any risk management plan. We have LNG now, that this will continue to work as it is doing. No, it will not. You must have a risk management plan associated with each and every policy. Otherwise, in the future, when any trouble come, it will certainly impact the outcomes as well. In few years later on, use of technology is highly needful. The way world is moving on, we need to integrate it in our policies as well, in our sectors as well, and it can improve energy efficiency. I have been discussing with many of the learned people. Published 1 year after that, encourage local production of biofuels and biodiesel to reduce reliance on the imported fuels. And we must also have exploration, refining, and petrochemical vision for next 20-25 years. Energy sector has seen a lot of changes in the last 3 years, drastic changes. Reduction on the reliance of imported fuels, more domestic production, better information and knowledge to develop our policies, and side by side, implementation of those policies is very needful to make the sector efficient in future. And without that, I'm really afraid we couldn't be able to have higher growth in future. With that, I'm ending my presentation. Thank you for patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for concisely presenting the key takeaways of the PEO 2025 document. Once again, a huge round of applause for Dr. Ahmed for his detailed research and inferences. Let us now move on to the next keynote presentation. And this one is on the role of digital in shaping the future of energy. I would now request an experienced energy industry expert, Mr. Mahmood Sayam, who's Division Geo Unit Manager, Digital and Integration at SLB, to give his presentation on the subject. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. Mahmood Sayam.
No, I have no slides. I just speak. Yeah. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respected Chairman of the Pakistan Institute of Petroleum, distinguished executives, partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. To begin, it's truly an honor to stand before this distinguished gathering here at the Pakistan Energy Conference 2026. I'm grateful to the organizers for creating a platform that brings together leaders, experts, and policymakers to talk about a topic that is shaping the world around us: AI and digital transformation in the energy sector. I'm not new to Pakistan. I've been privileged to be part of SLB leadership team in Oman, Pakistan, and Yemen G Unit. I've been responsible to lead the digital team of Schlumberger in the G Unit. I've been privileged to engage, support, and work closely with many of the operators, customers, partners, and even academia here in Pakistan. I can confidently state that there is a strong will over the past 3 years that I've been part of such brilliant team, that there is a strong will on digital transformation, and there is a real demand and real eagerness to move actively forward. Today, I'd like to share some thoughts on planning, operations, sustainability, automation, and most importantly, workforce, and how digitalization is reshaping the future of energy, and how these advancements tie into Pakistan's strategic energy ambition for 2026 and beyond. As we is facing one of the most critical transitions in history. The challenges of energy security, sustainability, and affordability are pushing us towards smarter and more efficient ways of working. And at the heart of this shift lies one major enabler, digital technology. Digitalization is no longer nice to have. It is becoming the foundational effective planning to be successfully deployed, observing the magic of implementing AI in planning operations. Beyond that, modern digital technologies let us simulate entire field development scenarios, assess risks, and understand the economic implications of different choices. This leads to smarter, faster, and more informed decisions, something that is absolutely essential in a complex, capital-intensive industry like ours. AI-enabled seismic processing is another game changer. It has transformed the way we image and understand the subsurface, giving us levels of clarity and precision that were simply not possible. Planning to operations, digitalization is equally transformative and keeping operations running smoothly. On digital twins front, it takes this further by creating virtual replicas of entire systems from downhole ESPs to export terminals. With these digital replicas, we can simulate, analyze, and optimize performance along the value chain. Real-time data analytics allow us to make drilling decisions on the spot, helping avoid hazards and improve performance. And cloud computing gives multidisciplinary teams everywhere access to the same data instantly. Impact and ensuring compliance with regulatory standards, which increasingly important as countries align with global climate that I mentioned earlier, which is grabbing a tremendous progress is automation. By automating routine processes, both in the field and in town, for operations. Let me share a recent story from the Middle East, where SLB deployed autonomous directional drilling technologies to address challenges in deep gas wells. Using rotary steerable systems with automated downhole control, we were able to achieve highly accurate trajectories, minimize drilling dysfunctions, improve ROP, and ensure smooth casing runs. Impact. This project not only met its target, but exceeded them, demonstrating the true potential of automation, workforce. Of course, all this technology only creates value when people know how to use it. That's why workforce development is absolutely essential. As we embrace AI and automation, we need to give our teams the skills and the knowledge to work with these tools confidently and effectively. At SLB, we invest heavily in upskilling and cross-collaboration and cross-functional collaboration, and I believe this is especially important for Pakistan, where a young and enthusiastic workforce can become a major force in driving the nation's energy transition. Pakistan stands at a defining moment. With fast-growing energy needs and the pressure to improve sustainability, the country faces some challenges, but also big opportunities. Digital technologies can help Pakistan enhance exploration success rate through AI-driven insights, boost production using digital twins and real-time optimization, reduce emissions, and support sustainability goals. By embracing digital transformation, Pakistan can unlock new reserves, improve the reliability of its energy supply, and build a more competitive and resilient sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of energy is undeniably digital, and the future of digital is already here. As we look ahead, let us approach these changes with ambition and confidence. Let us use technology not only to solve today's challenges, but to reimagine what is possible tomorrow. The energy transition is not just about cleaner energy. It's about new ideas, new skills, and new ways of working. It's about shaping the future that is more sustainable, more efficient, and more prosperous for all. Together, we have the opportunity to create that future. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmood Sayam, for your insightful presentation, and have a great stay here in Pakistan. Now, battery energy storage systems, or BESS, generate carbon credits by storing renewable energy and displacing fossil fuels, offering a new revenue stream through trading these credits in carbon markets, which helps finance clean energy projects, reducing grid reliance on polluting peaker plants and accelerates the transition to net zero by monetizing emissions reductions. Ladies and gentlemen, to dilate further on the topic of opportunities for the oil and gas sector in BESS and carbon credits, let us all welcome to the stage Dr. Naveed Arshad, Director, LUMS Energy Institute, to please speak on this topic. Put your hands together for Dr. Naveed Arshad.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for inviting us here at the Energy Conference. Thank you to Shahryar, who has personally invited me to talk at this conference. There is a phenomena in psychology that's called confirmation bias. So if you don't know, the confirmation bias is that the people that I meet, that are people that I live my life with professionally, and the people I meet at different conferences, they all talk about the same language, same thinking, and that's intends to confirm whatever my own beliefs or my community beliefs are. But sometimes it is important to go out of the comfort zone and see that what is happening in the other side, which may be important to know because they may be impacting you in the long term. So I'm going to take you through a silent energy disruption that is happening right here in our own country and internationally that is going to shape the energy landscape of so important because we thought that we will be the laggard in it, but somehow we, by choice or not, we became at the forefront of this transition. So it's important to know that we have. This silent energy disruption is because we know about it, but we don't know the quantum of it. And secondly, literally the technologies that are in it are silent. So just talk about LUMS Energy Institute. We are an autonomous interdisciplinary institute within LUMS. We are not dependent on LUMS in terms of funding, so we generate our own funding, work with various organizations. Our job is to look at the energy landscape, mostly power sector, but also increasingly in oil and gas and other primary fuels. There are several objectives that we do. And we are totally focused industry-wise. So while we do some research publication, most of our focus is on industry completely. I mean, while we are at a university, it is an irony that we don't have any students with us. We have about 100+ professionals that are full-time working with us on different areas. Most of the work that we are doing is for international bodies like the World Bank and others because, of course, since we are not funded by LUMS itself, we have to look out, and typically those are the agencies that have an interesting amount of money to pay us. Those of experts in oil and gas, when I look at oil and gas, I mean, I think of it as a combustible fuel, and most of the time, which is true answer, but it's an incomplete answer. From our perspective, it is not just a source of energy, it's a store of energy. And when we'll proceed in the presentation, you realize that why I'm making this distinction. This is definition that we are going to be using for this presentation. So first, let's go to Africa. country with 54 a continent with 54 countries. It installed about 23 gigawatt of solar energy between 2022 and 24. Considering that South Africa is relatively not a very affluent continent, this is a good amount of solar panels that are installed. But there is one country that eclipsed whole of continent of Africa during this time, and that is our very own Pakistan, of solar energy during this time. I mean, this is not an R&D that we did here. This is not the panels that we did manufactured in Pakistan. This is coming from another country that we all know is China, which is probably becoming the first electrostate. I mean, we heard of petrostate, but China very quietly is becoming the first electrostate in the world. If you look at the installed capacity in China just in 2024, that's about 445 gigawatt. Combined Pakistan and Africa is 50 gigawatt. And it has installed so much solar that if you combine all the other deployments of solar in the world, it is still much, much more in China than in other countries. And this is actually changing their power mix quite radically in the past few years. If you look at this power mix that they had in 2021 is down to about 40.4%, while their mix in just a 4 years' time. We come back to Pakistan and look at our own grid. So our grid is facing challenges. We all know we have more capacity than the electricity needs of the country, but exactly in numbers, between 2022 and 2025, we have lost more terawatt of energy rather than gaining it. Last year, there was some increase in our demand, which was only about 1 terawatt hour, but we had almost 250 terawatt hour of energy or capacity in the system, and 127 terawatt of actual dispatched energy that's gone into the grid, into the system. And one wonders, and power sector wonders, we wonder, who moved my cheese? Who is taking my lunch? And now this you can say that, okay, we have seen probably the bottom and then it is going up, and we'll only see a growth from here onwards. Not exactly. So Pride did a study of how much of solar is installed in Pakistan through a satellite imagery. And according to them, the total installed capacity of solar in Pakistan is about 33 gigawatt. Now, there has been a lot of debate on net metering and stuff. That's only about 6 gigawatt, which means 80% is to the grid. It is either off-grid or it is non-net metered, which means that it's connected to the grid, but it is not exporting any units. So 80% of our energy is somehow not connected to the grid, and that's not even in our calculations anywhere. Not in in calculations of power sector, not in the calculation that I've seen in the morning presentation by Dr. Fazan. We actually have a shadow grid. You can call it a decentralized grid, you can call it a disgruntled grid, but we are now having a very strange case that we have two grids working in the country. One's a centralized grid, which is almost 75% right now, 127 terawatt, we just saw. And that is growing at if we take that number, that growth, that's about 0.2 terawatt hour monthly. On the other hand, the decentralized grid is now giving us almost 40 terawatt. That's about 25% of the electrons generated in the country. And it is growing by 1.2 terawatt hour. This number is coming from Pakistan Solar Association because they think that this is not a really good year. So their growth is not that much, but still they are achieving 1.2 terawatt hour of growth on a monthly basis. That's, of course, average of the complete year. If we look at this number and we just extrapolate, by the end of 2026, this number will go to 50 terawatt hour, which means that more and more demand is customers are the real good customers. This is a table out of the NEPRA's determination of the next year's pricing of electricity. And if you look at it, this highlighted number, the people who are in the protected category, which are supplied the least, you can say, expensive electricity, are the only growth that we are seeing in the grid. All the other sectors which are getting more electricity are actually defecting the grid, and the more the electricity price is, the more defection we are seeing. This also tells us that what is the true or actual price of electricity. Until we get to that pricing, probably we will not see more load on the grid, and that is what the industry tells us, about 7 to 9 cents. That's somewhere in between this number, 13 to 22. Let's take it 22 rupees is something. Until we go to that pricing, the grid load, unfortunately, will not grow back up. This is just the first chapter of the transition. As I said, you saw the China's journey to to solar and wind. The missing piece of dispatchable solar or dispatchable wind was the battery. And now the battery pricing and the technology is at a level where they can change the complete ecosystem of how we view energy. If I call it a comparative of what AI has done to IT or computer science, batteries are going to do same to the traditional energy that we see. And China is just pumping more battery capacity into their system in terms of development, in terms of material, in terms of cell manufacturing, in terms of pack manufacturing. And they are expected to have almost 4.65 terawatt hour of capacity, of manufacturing capacity per year that are intend to install by 2030. And this is going to be unprecedented. And when China installs it, of course, the world will also buy from it. Back in a few years back, there was this graph of the battery price plunge that was forecasted. And it was forecasted that by 2026, we will reach the magic number of $100 per kilowatt hour. That is needed to make EVs feasible and also make feasible the stationary storage in large quantity. Guess what? Last year, China already achieved $85. And this $85 is, of course, when we reach Pakistan, it becomes $100. So we are already at that parity. Looking at it another way, it's not just the pricing of the battery, but also the levelized cost. So in power sector, of course, we look at the levelized cost of energy. Back in 2022, the levelized cost of solar was 5 cents. Storage was 11 cents. That's 16 cents, almost 50 rupees, 40 to 50 rupees. Very expensive if you make the combination of it. So every kilowatt hour of source and store together will be about 50 rupees. So that was almost, more than the grid at that time. It was not very competitive. Last year, it dropped down to 3 cents of solar and also of the storage price, which actually, there are the multiple ways in which the storage levelized cost decrease. One is the upfront cost, but also then the number of cycles. 3 years ago, when we used to go to China, the best they could have offered us was 2,000 cycle, which means that when I charge and discharge cycle complete, that's 1 cycle. So 2,000 cycle was the best battery that I could get. Today in Pakistan, go to the market and you'll find batteries of 10 to 12,000 cycles available right here. Smaller quantities available right there, and if you want a larger battery, you can order it from China. It will be available to you in less than 2 months. Let me also do the oil capital of the world, Saudi Arabia, which has deployed a very interesting system of 100% solar plus battery solution. It's about 400 megawatt of solar panels that have installed in Neom City, near Neom City, and 1.3 gigawatt hour of battery storage, providing 100% solar energy, going to be solar as well as batteries. So now Saudi Arabia has become the third largest installer of battery energy storage last year. So if the oil capital is doing something, it means that we should at least look at it. Where you can see a picture where you can see that across generation, transmission, distribution, and end consumer, it can provide a number of benefits that otherwise would have provided by hydropower plants or large-scale thermal power plants. Black start, voltage support, frequency regulation, spinning reserve, energy arbitrage, resource adequacy, transmission congestion relief through virtual power lines, transmission deferrals, distribution deferrals, then time of use, bill management, demand charge reduction, self-consumption, backup power, UPS, alternate of a generator, and so on and so forth. In our institute, we are looking at batteries very carefully, and we have found just in our midst about 50 plus use cases of batteries that are just there waiting to be used. And we're working with some industries, and they are finding interesting new ways of using batteries. So this is going to transform how we look at energy. Now, in this all, there is another opportunity that is hiding. So far, we have not talked about anything related to climate or clean and green, but now a couple of slides on that. Batteries are, so by the way, in Pakistan's 33 gigawatt of installation, we were not able to use any climate finance, literally no, very little climate finance, I would say, and no carbon finance. While the world was getting the advantage of this through carbon credits and others, we were not able to get a penny out of it because mostly our system was bottom-up, it was organic, it was not a planned system. And since 2021 in Pakistan, you cannot use solar and wind for generating carbon credits. But if you use battery energy storage, you can generate carbon storage, which means that, carbon credits, which means that you can have another additional revenue stream. So whatever electrons you're going to store in the battery energy storage, those electrons can be monetized in form of a carbon credit. And this news came out a few weeks ago where they say that Pakistan's potential of generating carbon credits is about $400 million to about more than $2 billion. So it has a different complete life cycle of how to develop a project, verification, issuance, and complete retirement. The problem is that batteries do not generate large quantities of carbon credit like solar panels or other forms of energy. But it is a revenue stream that can provide revenue for up to 10 years. So what we did at the Alums Energy Institute, and by the way, unless your system is more than 100 megawatt hour, which will be not be a very large, very many system in Pakistan that will be of that sort, the transaction costs are too high to be able to use the carbon credits. So that's why we see that this is again going to be a missed opportunity like the solar panels and others. And the buyers, when you go to, also are interested in high volume. So if you have a small volume, the buyers are not interested. So what we did at LUMS is that we have developed allowed under carbon markets that they custodianship of their carbon credits to us, and we gather them at one platform and then register the program and sell it as one large piece, which of course will be more acceptable or attractive to the buyers also. Now, carbon markets, if you look at the traditional carbon markets, the voluntary carbon market, they are not very attractive. They provide $1 or $2 for it, and that's really not the way. But there are new carbon markets that are opening up that are, we call the Article 6 carbon market, 6.2 and 6.4, that will provide a lot of due diligence ones, and if you capture them now, I think we'll be able to get good pricing for the best system. In the ideal case, if the carbon market goes, it will be additional source of revenue. Now, the silent energy disruption, trees. But beyond that, we are looking in Pakistan to have a very large number of microgrids that industries are 20 different industries, and all of them have plans of installing large-scale BESS and literally creating their own utility company to give them a self. And there a lot of AI and data analytics opportunities comes in. And then when those come in, then there's a lots of energy efficiency and conservation, and we saw that energy intensity is not where it should be. And this is, again, an opportunity for companies to reduce their input costs in terms of energy and improve their bottom line. And finally, circularity. One is that it is very modular. I can have a solar panel of any size. I report that came out very recently, and they estimated that the whole solar revolution of 33 gigawatt in Pakistan has costed about $9 billion of private investment, savings of people, not any handout from the government, or not any financing line from the bank. So it's completely bottom-up. So when there's a bottom-up and people have decided to do something, they will do it. And of course, China, which is going to be making it easy, because on the solar side, they are now looking at 35% efficiency with perovskite solar panels, and they are expecting to commercialize it in the next 2 years. So current solar panels are maximum 25% efficiency, so 35% efficiency is just 2 years down the road. And the batteries are also now looking at sodium-ion batteries, which are coming in maybe in the next 3 or 4 years. They have a price parity. And they have much more properties, much more interesting properties like low temperature survivability and high temperature survivability, less thermal runaway and others. So there is a lot of happening behind the scene there. I would like to make a statement. Please don't get mad at me with this statement, but I have to say what I have to say. So the business as usual, the silent energy disruption will eat the power sector for lunch, the gas sector for dinner, and oil sector for breakfast. Typically, we eat breakfast first. But because of the inability of power sector to use this opportunity of electric vehicles and the first mover, they have kind of sacrificed themselves. Not only they have sacrificed they have offered their own sacrifice, they have also offered part of the gas sector sacrifice. But all the load that you see going down is not just a customer leaving or downturn in the economy. Those factors are there, but this silent grid or this decentralized grid is also playing its role. Now, this was my last slide, but then Shahryar said that I should add some opportunities also. I said nothing is free in the world, but he said at least provide some. So there are a lot of opportunities. So one thing that power sector didn't do in the last 25 years, they didn't spend a penny on any kind of innovation. Innovation came from World Bank, innovation came from USAID. They were just sitting idle and didn't do any innovation, didn't look at anything that they could have run right. And if you look at the Energy Institute report back in 2019, we had this with numbers that what utilities revenues will go down if the solar revolution will happen. But then they didn't listen. But if this particular gathering, resourceful gathering, maybe if you can diversify it, you can be a part of the resourceful gathering. Maybe if you can diversify it, you can be a part of this revolution. If not, somebody else will take over. That's the rule of the game, that's the realities of life. Opportunities in battery value chain are at different levels, from minerals, materials, to cell manufacturing, to battery pack manufacturing. All of those opportunities are open in Pakistan. There is a national battery policy coming out in how quickly they will be able to do it, but all these battery opportunities are also there. There's also a talk about long duration energy storage. That's a kind of energy storage which I do, let's say, in summers and I use in winters, and there is a lot of interesting work that is going on there. One of the hard-to-abate sector is electric freight, which is quite a lot in Pakistan as well and around the world. And that electric trucking is another good opportunity because now the price of solar and batteries are so low that this can be and with swappable batteries, one can actually make it work, starting with small pilots. Hydrogen, again, has a question mark because solar has gone down so much that I don't know how hydrogen will compete. But certain hard-to-abate sectors, hydrogen can be useful. But having said that, I thought that steel will require hydrogen or cement will require hydrogen. I just saw last month a DC furnace people are using with solar. Gerard Cement is developing a full solar with 16 hours of backup. That's quite amazing. Then the Danish have developed a technology of e-methanol where from solar you can use a combination of water and some electrolysis to create e-methanol. A great opportunity is in recycling. 500 million mobile phone batteries have been discarded in Pakistan. Consider those batteries to be critical minerals, whether in very, very short or small quantities, but those recycled batteries could provide probably more or quicker returns than the mining that we are doing in Balochistan. That's of course needed. That's of course needed. But the recycling is again a great opportunity. Wireless grids another coming up. That's this is a phenomena that we are seeing now taking up in Pakistan also. And this is basically not a wireless grid where you transmit electricity, but a wireless grid where we just take the battery to the load rather than transmitting it through the wire. And there are many others. So I will stop here and happy to take if there are any questions or comments. So my apologies if I painted a bleak picture, but I have to say what I have to say. Thank you.
The floor is now open for a couple of questions for Dr. Naveed for this innovative technology disruption. So if you can just ask a few questions if you want to.
Ji.
Thank you very much. Dr. Saab, you mentioned about, if I understood you correctly, some policy on which your institute is working on the direction of the Prime Minister regarding
The batteries, right?
batteries. And
Yep.
so would you mind sharing some of the features of that policy so that if
Right.
people can understand it and can think on capitalizing it?
So
Thank you.
the line ministry for this policy is Ministry of Industries. So they are, because we have worked with them previously on the new energy vehicle policy. So since batteries have a major component in EV, so now we are kind of given the opportunity to contribute to that policy. So the policy basically looks at making the battery as an element of national energy security. Because when we will have, let's say, do not have that much oil and gas reserves, or maybe those can be used other productive purposes like fertilizer and other, can we use batteries to replace that, or somehow can we use batteries in combination with solar and other forms of renewable to make sure that we have enough batteries to store our needed energy. There are currently battery manufacturing companies in Pakistan, but there is a kind of not so attractive tariff structure for them. Let me give you one anomaly in the tariff is that if I import a battery, I have to pay 1% sales tax. If I have to buy it locally, I have to pay 18% sales tax. That's an anomaly that needs to be corrected. Also, if we are dependent too much on the low duty batteries, then the local industry will not flourish. So how can we develop a kind of a time-wise map of how the local industry will be facilitated in terms of duty and taxes so that import somehow can compete, the local industry can compete. The current focus in this policy is not so much on the small scale battery like mobile phones and laptops, but more on the 1 kilowatt hour plus batteries that goes all the way up to 5 megawatt hour and more, which is mostly used in battery energy storage system. So the policy is, and then looking at the material side, mining side, looking at the geological survey of Pakistan, seeing that what materials are there. For example, we are also looking at sodium-ion battery because we have good sodium reserves, so we can use them. Also the recycling part. How can we recycle batteries so that they don't become environmental hazard? So the policy is covering quite a number of, and HR development, because battery requires some critical HR like in power electronics and some chemistries that we should develop. So policy is looking at this whole scenario, but I think from an industry perspective is always the tariff is more critical part.
I'll take liberty to ask two questions if you allow me. So we heard this morning from Dr. Faizan as well, Dr. Saab, about the net metering and the impact it had on the overall energy mix and the way we were able to generate revenues. So how will we ensure that we do not create any parts of the value chain, because at the end of the day, we do have current power projects ongoing, installed. We do have liabilities against those, and whatever policies we come up with has to have the full energy picture in mind and not just power sector alone, because there is an impact across the value chain. That's my first question. And secondly, the second one is what we have seen with renewables is that one of the reasons why fossil fuels have sustained also is because this source of energy can be transported to the end user. And the renewables generally, until now, hydrogen could be an exception, is localized. And if you want to actually transport it, for example, if I install large solar banks in Balochistan, my urban center is in Lahore, I still need a grid to transport the produced electrons. So that is one of the, in my opinion, the reasons why in some of the dispirited countries like ours, the fossil fuel need is going to be much more in transition than some other countries. So just a couple of questions, please. Thank you.
The second question I'll answer first. There is no second opinion that we will need oil and gas for the foreseeable future. But the amount that we'll need will go down drastically because the major consumers are the people who can pay, right? Either the domestic consumer or the industrial consumer. If they find alternate sources which are cheaper than the cheapest source available, then probably they'll go out of their out of their normal path to actually have them installed. I'm saying it from an experience perspective. I know at least 20 companies that are planning to install, BESS from 10 megawatt hour to 100 megawatt hour. And these are the top 20 companies. Of course, these companies are, you can say, also risk takers. But once those BESS are installed and those are useful for them, probably other companies will follow. Probably households will follow. Because the scene is quite different. So Pakistan, we have good solar insolation. For most of the time, I don't need the grid if I can use maybe 80–90% of my need there. I can have a diesel generator, so now that will be as a backup. On days when I have smog and others, I can use them, but most of the time I have. Let me give you an example of one project that we are doing and how we are changing the project. So we have an electric vehicle project. It's a very humble three-wheeler project. We're using swappable batteries. The first bill that we got from the grid was about 80 rupees a kilowatt hour. That can no way survive the business at that time, right? Our calculation was on 50 rupees, but this is a commercial node, so it gave us a bill of about 80 rupees. So we changed our complete strategy. We have established a solar charging factory out in the outskirts of the city, where we have solar panels installed. We charge our batteries during the daytime from there, and haul those batteries in the city, and our vehicles are using them. Now, this is a very small project, but I know that similar projects industries are doing. So they are having solar and wind projects outside somewhere and hauling the batteries to their main sites. So where there is a problem, they have found the way. Where there are land available, that's not even an issue. So the best, you can say, return on investment of the best system is where you have wind and solar combined. That's typically in the Karachi, Hyderabad area. And they are having payback of less 2 years, 2.5 years. How can you compete with them? So we are in a completely different, uncharted territory right now. And somehow the ministries and the decision makers are still stuck with the centralized thinking, centralized planning. Now the discos have to make much more role, that coming back to your first question, much more, you can say, role of making their business useful. Guess what? 10 discos do not have a marketing sales department. They do not even consider the marketing and sales is also something they need to do. They are national monopolies. They are not anymore. So now, the discos have to be, and unfortunately we have very little time, 2 to 5 years maximum. If in 2 to 5 years we cannot fix the energy sector as we know it, most of the good load will just go out of the grid. And once they're out of the grid, that investment is there for next 20 years. They are not going to come back. So it's going to be a challenging time. I would say it's an opportunity also to go back to the drawing board and see that how can we do things differently. Maybe there's a lot of, or some sunk investments, stranded assets, maybe sovereign guarantees called, but there's a short-term pain that we have to bear, because this is a bottom-up revolution. We cannot stop it until we just ban solar and batteries into Pakistan. In one way or the other, this will continue. And the way I'm looking at because I said, the industry is just fed up with the grid. Fed up with the utility companies in general. They do not want to be connected. Tough times.
Yes, Dr. Navee, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Basit, and I am from Ogra. My question is with respect to the overall energy security of Pakistan. We are not, anticipating such massive solar revolution, which now have occurred. And if we compare with the other sides, we are also so much ambitious with respect to our carbons, and I would say that we are ambitious about our refinery projects, their upgradations. Then we are also ambitious for our upstream activities, like we are going for a massive offshore drilling, our expectations. And then how we will sit together for a very dynamic energy security mechanism, that because not one industry can harm for the others, and we can get our target for 2050 or 2060, which is for the decarbonization, or we can say that we have an ambition for the net zero. So what will be the solution? Because it is not important we all should have to sit together and make a very comprehensive type of energy security for Pakistan next 20, 30 years. So we will not say after 20, 30 years that what one side has harmed for the others. So thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, first of all, the energy divisions have to sit together, the oil and gas and the power sector. I think look at the crowd here. I mean, there's virtually no representation from the power sector. And if you go to power sector conference, there's virtually no representation from the oil and gas side of things. So first of all, they need to sit together. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, who are we bringing this energy for? Is for the customer. If the customer is not there, who is going to buy it? It will be you can say, another white elephant for the government. So I think we need to change our planning strategy. IGSAP is made for about 20 years, 25 years. Similarly, I saw this document made for next 25 years. Probably the planning cycle needs to be very quickly carried out, yearly, 2-yearly basis, because these technologies are not very difficult to install. And still we go through our E&P, still we go through our other sector, because for fertilizer we need gas, for chemicals we need oil. So what my focus is, or what I'll plead is, just probably we need to change our planning methodology. And probably the speed of execution at the government should also change. I mean, I serve on the board of NGC, and I tell all these things to my board members also. There's one project of 20 megawatt hour we're installing at Jimpir to provide good dispatch to the wind power corridor there. That project was approved in 2018. In 2026, the project still has not installed. So if we take 8 years to install a 20 megawatt hour small battery, probably the world is not going to wait for us. The customer is not going to wait for us. So again, the planning cycle, the speed of doing things in the government needs to go very fast. 2 to 5 years is the maximum time we have. Beyond that, I don't know where are you going to find, or are we going to find customers for selling our energy? Yeah. Thank you. All right. So,
Dr. Sir?
Ji.
Umair, my name is Umair. I work for UGDC. Very impressed with the presentation you have for us. Quick question: the overall picture you have for us, and what China has done in terms of changing the way they look at their overall energy mix. Do you see the same urgency in our country, especially from the government's point of view? And do you think that they have an eye on what is happening, and they need to do the necessary things? Are they really, do they really have that frame of mind? Number one. And number two, do you think that the government can be persuaded to not look at increasing the bills of, instead of changing the net metering policy and changing the way people are using solar for their energy consumption in their houses? Can they be persuaded to look at it from a larger perspective, just like China has done, and influence the policies so that it doesn't really hurt the customers and brings the customers back into the system and for the greater good of the country?
Right. So I'll make just one statement to your first question. The government is doing everything right, but at the wrong time. So these are problems that we had yesterday, and we're trying to solve the problem, but the challenges of today are quite different. So rather than solving yesterday's problem, maybe you may have the best of intention and best of ways to solve it, but if you're solving the wrong problem, then that's not going to solve it. So all of our focus, if you look at the power sector, the focus is on the centralized grid, how to make sure it survives, how to make sure it adds value and everything. Nobody talks about the fundamental reason why people are shifting off grid. That's the price of electricity. Bring the price to 7 to 9 cents, people will come back to the grid. So if you still have to have 50, 60, 70 rupees price of electricity and still think that people are still going to be connected to the grid, when they have opportunity, they will go off grid. The day they will have opportunity, they will go off grid. I'll give you an example of my own house. I have a 9-marla house, which has about 9 kilowatt installed in 2021. I did a study again this year, last year, in fact, late last year. I can now install 19.5 kilowatt hour because of the panel efficiency increase. So that saves all my electricity bills, all my gas bills. I have enough energy to charge to electric cars, and the electric cars today are actually mobile batteries. They have vehicle to load capability. So I can live off grid if I want. So if I can do it, many people can do it. So the fundamentals have changed. The batteries have actually changed the way energy sector is going to work. The second of your question, I don't know. I don't know how can we convince the government. So no answers there. Ji, the question.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Saima Aftab. I'm from Pakistan State Oil. You are talking about the renewable, the silent energy that will eat oil as a breakfast, like the example you have given. So you talked about कि जो mobile mining है, इसकी तरफ ये जो पॉइंट्स आपने बताए हैं कि हम इन चीज़ों को रिसाइकल के उसमें लाते हैं या हम कहते हैं कि जी हम रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की तरफ जाते हैं ऑल्सो आर वर्किंग इन PSO वी आर ऑल्सो वर्किंग द न्यू वेंचर डिपार्टमेंट इज़ वर्किंग ऑन रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी माय क्वेश्चन इज़ जब हम बात करते हैं कि आपके एक पॉलिसी गवर्नमेंट काम कर रही है एक पॉलिसी के ऊपर जो कि आपको बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए जा रही है डाउन द लाइन हम अभी देख रहे हैं कि 18,000 मेगावाट जो है वो अब सोलर से आपके ग्रिड में आ रही है मे बी डाउन द लाइन हम और सोलर पैनल्स इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं और डाउन द लाइन 10 साल में हो सकता है ये 25,000, 26, 28,000 तक पहुंचे सो 15 to 20 years डाउन द लाइन ये जो सारे सोलर पैनल्स होंगे जो कि जिनकी लाइफ स्पैन ख़त्म हो जाएगी कोई ऐसी पॉलिसी है कोई ऐसा फ्रेमवर्क है कोई ऐसी फिजिबिलिटी है कि हम इतने बड़े चंक ऑफ सोलर पैनल्स को हम कैसे यूटिलाइज करेंगे हम उसको रिसाइकिल करेंगे या कि वो लैंडफिल्स में जाएगी और हम और इंपोर्ट करेंगे और फिर हमारा एक इंपोर्ट बिल जो है वो इंक्रीज करता जाएगा
That's a very good question. First of all, this problem is not going to come tomorrow. It's going to come in a distant future. So we have time to plan. As I said, I mean, waste collection is one of the most lucrative business in the world if you look at it from that perspective. So similarly, the recycling of panels, recycling of batteries is a very lucrative business. People are already working on it, and people are already looking at it as an opportunity. I think by the time our waste will be ready for actual throwing away, probably we'll have good technologies to recycle them and repurpose them. So I don't see it as a problem, but we have to be cognizant that this is a problem and we should start working on it right now so that tomorrow we don't turn it into an environmental hazard. Yes. So again, thank you very much. Bahut shukriya.
Thank you, Dr. Naveed, for your excellent presentation and then the audience participation. Now, before we move any further, let me invite to the stage Mr. Shahryar Umar, CEO, Petroleum Institute of Pakistan, for his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shahryar Umar.
Yes, assalamu alaikum everyone. I'll just be very brief. I'd like to thank everyone who's attending the conference and for your participation, and we look forward to some very interesting panel sessions which they will start to set up now. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank all of our sponsors, our lead sponsor, OGDC, as well as our other gold sponsors, PARCO, PSO, PPL, UEP, and our silver sponsor, UGDC. So thank you all very much, and I hope that you are going to get more and more value out of this, the event, and we look forward to your continued participation in the panel discussions as well. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you must have found this session to be extremely productive one in terms of the topics discussed, the status of Pakistan's energy sector, as well as some of the innovative technologies. Now, our next session will be from here onwards, the panel discussions. And panel discussions will be featuring elite panelists from different sectors, energy sector companies. Panel discussions offer diverse perspectives, real-world insights, and interactive learning. So I hope you'll find these discussions to be very prolific ones. Thank you. बेहतर है कुछ यार बेहतर है लेकिन अभी बहुत मस्कुलर पेन बहुत है
मजीद चाहिए कोई अगर जैसे
नहीं बस वो
कोई ऐसी चीज़
शायद उधर ज़रूरत पड़े अभी ये वो निकल जाए सेशन
पैंडल वगैरह चाहिए तो भी बता देंगे वो भी लेके आया
नो
हूँ मैं अपने
प्रॉब्लम हाँ ज़रूरत तो होगी शेखर साहब कह रहे हैं कि 5 मिनट को बुला रहे हैं तो मैं 5 मिनट को कुछ तो बाहर भी है ना तो बाहर का खैर पता चला है बाहर
हाँ मैं
हाँ ये सही है, ठीक है, थोड़ा साइड में कर लेते हैं। Attention everyone, we will start now the a set of panel discussions. So I would request you all to kindly take your seats once again. मैं आ जाना सर, 2 मिनट वेट करिए। Kindly take your seats so that we can start the panel discussion session. नहीं बस सही ठीक है। पैनल की मैं बना हाँ पैनल की जो बोल रहा हूँ उसी को बना लेना। ठीक है ये ले लो। मैं अपने पास रख रहा हूँ बाद में। अपने कैमरा से ले लेना। हैं? Yeah, exactly. Okay, before I invite the panelists one by one onto the stage, let me add that there's been a slight change in the agenda. The first panel discussion was supposed to be energy reforms, but the panelists right now are in the ministry. So we have replaced that session, which will now be held in the post-lunch, with this session on upstream revival, offshore opportunities, and challenges. So the session will soon begin. I would request the panelist, Dr. Khalid Amin, ED Exploration, OGDCL, to please come onto the stage. Dr. Khalid Amin. I will now request Mr. Kamran Najmul Mia, CEO, Prime Global Energies, to please come onto the stage. Now I request Mr. Zahir Alam, President UEP, to kindly come onto the stage. And last but not the least, I would like to request Mr. Zorez Tariq, MD and CEO SLB, to kindly come onto the stage. A huge round of applause for everyone. Thank you, gentlemen, for being the part of PIP and for being a part of this elite panel. Now, this panel discussion is specifically concentrating on, as you can see, upstream revival, offshore opportunities, and attracting FDI. So my questions have been structured in such a way that they touch on these topics, and I'm sure your opinions will matter, obviously. We'll start first with Dr. Khalid Amin Khan. And the question is quite basic, but I'm sure it'll cover a lot of topics, a lot of areas. So Pakistan has mature basins with declining output. So what are the plans around unconventional and shale gas to enhance output? Dr. Khalid.
Thank you very much. Basically, if we, naturally, because hydrocarbons, as we know, are basically they are the resources that would be depleting. So if we consider Pakistan's scenario and our eastern part of the country, which consists of the Indus Basin, and so most of that area consists of the mature basin, right from the lower Indus Basin up to the upper part of the basin, and we have most of our fields lying there. And basically, to carry out future activities, so we need to do various activities. So first of all, for all the depleting fields, basically we need to have certain efforts for production enhancements, such as enhanced oil and gas recovery. And then even if you look at the southern Indus Basin, so basically most of so far discoveries are based on structural traps, and there are limited stratigraphic traps. So we have to look into exploring such type of traps, and for that we need more advanced technologies in terms of like more high resolution seismic data with quantitative interpretation techniques to basically characterize those features from the seismic data. And then if we consider like the north part of the country, so where we have more complex tectonic belts, so there we also have imaging, we need advanced imaging technology to make more geologically realistic velocity models. So these are the things that we need to improve our existing fields as well as explore in the conventional domain. But if we come to the unconventional area, so basically Pakistan has a great potential, and there have been some studies carried out by international agencies such as US, and later on OGDCL has been involved in a series of studies, and I would not go into the figures, but they are very encouraging, and we have identified various zones in the country. Initially, OGDC carried out pilot projects in shale gas and tight gas, and initially one well in the shale gas has been drilled, and similarly tight gas well has been developed, and now has been fed into the grid. But now we are moving from this pilot project to more realistic projects where basically now we have a series of wells for both shale gas as well as tight gas, both vertical as well as horizontal. And we expect that this would be a changing scenario. And but to derive it more economically, so we have to work out on the economy of scale, because most of the technologies like hydraulic horsepower as well as drilling or fracturing fluids, they are, because all these fracking jobs, these are very costly. So it means as the activity increases, so what we expect that the price of doing all these efforts would be reduced. And what we are planning is that we have identified various zones, and basically we expect to increase the activity, and with all those international players who provide the services. So basically we would be trying to bring down the costs there through increased activity. And with that, basically, as the prices become break even, so it would be more viable. And then we also accept that for shale gas, we already have a policy. So as for tight gas, we would be working. So it means we would be there would also be a for tight gas. Sorry, there is a policy, and for then for shale gas, we would also be having a policy. So that would be a requirement for that. And as OGDCL is doing a lot of efforts in this, so we would also be expecting, as there would be more work and more data would be available, so we expect that more E&P players, especially from the international domain, which have exposure in this unconventional domain, so they can also join us, and we would be open into that. So we think that this would be a game changer for Pakistan.
Okay, gentlemen, Dr. Saab has very lucidly identified the areas of improvement as far as shale and tight gas output is concerned, to enhance the output. Now, from your experience, how can we increase output as well as shale and tight gas is concerned? Any one of you? Mr. Zaid.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Seems like not working. Yeah? Can you hear? Okay, that's good. Well, all of us know the oil peaked, the local domestic production peaked over 100,000 barrels. It's come down to like 70,000 barrels. The gas also peaked to like 4.2, 4.3 BCF a day too, something like close to 3 BCF a day. And now we are importing gas as well. Going forward, I don't really see a big change to at least the gas demand that we have in the country. And for that, for the energy security, we must really work on as to how we really bridge the gap, the demand gap that we have right now. Tight gas and the shale gas is relatively low-hanging fruit because the resource potential is already mapped. People have a very good understanding of where to go and do this. There are two main things that are required. One is we need to really go and do pilot tests to make sure that we know the unlocking code of how to produce tight gas and shale gas. And when I talk about the unlocking code, that means that what is the kind of right recipe for, from the technical standpoint to be able to produce these things. That means the technology of fracking, doing the horizontal and making this work economically. And the second thing is doing it at scale. One pilot is not going to really work because all the tight gas wells have a kind of tendency to start with a relatively higher production rate, and they go down very, very fast. We need to really do this at a scale And for doing these two things, to have a successful pilot and doing it at a scale, we need to really have a lot of capital. The technology and capital, that is something I don't think we do have available in the country right now. And for this, we need to collaborate with international investors to be able to really go and unlock this. I don't expect the local public sector organization alone can do this.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Zahir focused on technology and capital. Your view, Mr. Tariq, if you want to add on to it?
Yes, I'll fully, I think second what Zahir Saab has said, I think for unconventionals globally, wherever you see it, it has to follow this cycle. It has to go from a pilot to a scaled level. Other thing which we see in unconventionals is that it cannot be a one-off. It has to be a campaign, because the resources that you require for development of unconventional fields, you cannot just bring them for a couple of wells. It does not make financial sense for even the service sector to bring in that kind of investment. So the plan has to be to go for a campaign. And then I think if the campaign plan is there, if the pilot is successful, and then we look for a scaling up, the investments can come. But this is the main three criteria. I think the policy, then the pilot, and then the scaling up plan. I think these three, if they are together, they can come. But unconventionals, the focus has to be reducing your cost and reducing it quickly. So you don't have time to keep experimenting with the technologies and the designs of the wells as you go forward. Mm-hmm. You have to find the right recipe, as Zahir Saab has mentioned, then freeze it, and then optimize it very quickly. Okay. So people have done it. It's not something new. Globally, we see a lot of unconventional reservoirs being developed successfully, but this recipe has to be there.
Okay. Finding the right recipe, Mr. Kamran, you want to add on to it?
I think it's better. Right, thank you. Okay. Now, we've had, tight gas policy since 2011, and there was an improvement done in 2024. Unfortunately, the policy so far has not yielded the results which the country was looking forward to. We've had very few fields which are tight gas, which are currently in production. There are few fields which Polish operate. There is OGDCL and PPL field, but the numbers are very small. And that is despite the gas price which is being offered for tight gas is, I would say, attractive now, because it is 40% of premium on top of 2012 policy price, which makes it around $8 or so per MMBTU, which is an attractive price. But despite that, we have not been able to, unlock the tight gas resources. And one thing, other than the technical side, which we've just heard from our friends here, one thing which we need to actually look at from government perspective is to reduce the regulation part of tight gas. At the moment, it is very, in the sense there's a lot of bureaucracy requirement. Each well, though the policy talks about two-step certification of tight gas reservoir, but then subsequent to that, each well need to be certified as a tight gas. And that takes a lot of time in actually getting the well to be certified. So I think the policy need to be further amended we need to move from over-regulation to kind of self-regulation, whereby, because there seemed to be a fear in the governments, in the corridors of power, that companies would claim tight gas price for reservoirs which are not tight. And that is the concern they have. And as a result, they want to keep the control with themselves. So there's got to be, I think so there could be a better mechanism to make sure that the premium is only paid for tight gas. That is correct. But at the same time, there should be facilitation so that time is important and is of the essence. So, you need to make sure when the investor wants to invest, they are able to actually not only able to invest fast, but able to get the returns fast. Because what's happening now is for the, the tight gas reservoirs where the production is coming from, in certain cases, some of the wells are drilled but are not put into production because the certification takes a long time. So there is to conclude, I would say that there is an opportunity to further improve the policy in order to make it more industry friendly. That would be my conclusion.
All right. Let's move on to the next point, which is what changes are required in fiscal terms or contract structures to make these marginal and mature fields more attractive? It's posing to every one of you. If you can start, yeah, you can start.
Basically, most of the fields that are operated by E&P companies, they have a fixed gas price rate, which is based on historic contracts. So the requirement is that for those mature or marginal fields, there would be a requirement to revise basically the gas rates, and that would provide incentive for the E&P companies to invest on those depleting fields. And the basic requirement would be like to lower the royalty rate. So that would be, in my view, that would be better to improve it.
If you want to add on to Dr. Tariq?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. On the mature fields or marginal fields, there have been several recommendations which have been submitted by the industry forum, PEPCA, to the authorities. There is, at the moment, what is called marginal field guidelines, which for fields which are, what are marginal fields? Let's first, marginal fields are those fields which are uneconomical based on their current fiscal terms, or I would say mature fields or aging fields where they've come to that stage of their life cycle whereby it is no longer economical to produce from those reservoirs. So we as the industry have in the past submitted several proposals to the authorities, and so far we have not been able to actually get a policy framework approved for marginal fields. There has been, as I say, marginal field guidelines which were issued. The premium which was offered over and above the entitled gas price was very nominal. The problem here with the marginal field is we are trying to come up with a solution which would fit all. And maybe that is not the best solution, because some fields may be marginal to a greater extent, some to a smaller extent, and other than the economic marginality, there is the other issue with regard to at some point in time maybe it is not economical to process gas, and maybe we need to show flexibility when it comes to marginal and mature fields. We need to show flexibility with regard to the specification of gas, which buyer takes from us as upstream companies. So we would, because the fields are marginal, it may not be worthwhile pushing it through a processing plant in order to reduce, let's say, CO2 or nitrogen to a certain level which OGRE has specified. So coming back to, from my perspective, I think we need to come up with a solution which actually is flexible for each field, whereby the premium can be offered. It should not be a fixed premium in the policy. Maybe there could be a range whereby, depending on the economics, the premium could be offered. And at the same time, because what we keep hearing from the government is, again, the possibility of companies claiming fields to be marginal which are not marginal, and claiming for this extra piece of price. So there has got to be, I'm sure there can be a mechanism whereby if a company claims a field which is not marginal and it has ended up producing much more than what was anticipated. There could be a clawback scheme as well. So I think if we wanted to, because the fields, as Khalisa mentioned earlier, a little while ago, that the fields productions are declining. In times to come, there will be more and more marginal fields. So we need to have a policy in place which would actually promote producing every bit of molecule which is there in the ground.
If you want
I don't know they did it purposely or yes. You know, one thing we got to really keep in our mind, and that is the last barrel that we have in the field is the more difficult and more expensive to produce. Unless you really have a policy that supports that last barrel to be produced, we won't really see any big impact coming out of any marginal field. Right now, give you an example. Right now, the schemes that we have put in place, the policy scheme that we have put in place, they are counterintuitive. For example, if we have gone past 25 years of the lease period and it is up for renewal or regrant, you have to pay 15% valid value in addition to what is supposed to be on the normal fresh field production. So you are making the last barrel more expensive to produce. If you make it more, the government goes up, the last barrel becomes more difficult. Nobody is going to go and invest in it. And the second thing that happens is when the person who is producing the last barrel and is close to the end of the term of the lease, he has no incentive to make fresh investment if they don't have the idea as to how it's going to go past beyond the renewal period. If they don't really have this, they're not going to go and do the reinvestment. So these are the counterintuitive things that are right now applicable. So we need to think as to how we can provide certainty into the business for the people to go and make the last barrel more economical for them. The second thing that I would really focus is market liberalization. If you want to really overly regulate the market, every molecule has to be regulated, then and you want to really control the return of the investor to the nth level, there's going to be not enough investment going into this. I can talk about some other things why the foreign investors are not coming into the country. It is the market risk. It's the market risk that the people perceive right now. This is not controllable right now. And if you really don't see the market risk that is beyond their control, they can really de-risk and come into the country. They'll not come into the country, and the investment is not to come. So my take on this is I do agree with what Kamran has said. I do agree with what Khalid has said. On top of it, I would really see policy changes that help rather incentivize the last barrel to be produced economically, and B, attract the foreign investment and the technology to be able to produce this.
Okay. On this point, Mr. Tariq, if you want to add on to what Mr. Zaid just suggested.
Yeah, I think, the customers, the esteemed customers sitting here have kind of encompassed it a lot. I think the bottom line is that we need to have a specific policy for each cycle of the reservoir, right? So I think we have focused a lot on the exploration cycle of the reservoir, which is basically frontier exploration, drilling, and all that tight gas policy we talked about. But I think we do need to have specific policies on how to handle brownfields. And then we need to have specific policies for the marginal and mature fields as well, because these then translate to technology deployments in those fields as well. And these translate to finding the right market as well. If you go to the extreme end, you travel to West Texas and you see these stripper wells, which are producing in cases less than 10 barrels a day. But by some rough estimates, almost a million barrels a day is produced by those wells, right? So if you have the right policies, I think every last molecule can be extracted. But the way you manage each of these phases of your reservoir, of course, with enhanced oil recovery and everything else, is different. And it is not only different for the E&P companies, it is different for the service companies as well, because the goal as you start going down the scale on the reservoir is to start reducing the cost of production, making yourself more agile and more flexible. In many cases, the operatorship might be given out to smaller players for marginal or brown fields, because the overheads for larger players may not be able to sustain it.
Yeah.
So those kind of things require flexibility of policy. So I think absolutely rightly said.
Okay. So right policy for mature fields. Okay, on to the next question. On to the next question. What type of policy, risk-sharing mechanisms, data availability, and seismic investments are required to translate Pakistan's offshore potential into sustained drilling activity? We start with Dr. Saab.
Okay. If we consider Pakistan's offshore, so it is around 180,000 square kilometers, and the total number of wells that have been drilled are just 18. So it means one well per 10,000 square kilometers. So that is one of the least explored basins in terms of drilling activity. So basically, if we consider to attract investments, so more activity is required. Like Wood Mackenzie study in 2024 indicates that our fiscal terms are quite competitive with minor recommendations for improvements. And then currently a basin studies project is also being carried out by DGPCs along with the state-owned enterprises. And in addition to that, there are issues related to the source rock maturity potential. For that, OGDCL has also carried out a study. So basically, these studies are also adding our insights into the offshore. But if we consider like post-Kekra one, so there has been no new activity in terms of seismic. So in order to attract international players, we have nothing new in the basket to market. But now, more recently, like OGDCL, PPL, MARI, as well as Prime, they have joined hands and they have taken blocks in the offshore as operators. And similarly, like Turkish Petroleum has joined in. So what we are expecting, that we are quite optimistic, because as new seismic activity would be carried out and more data would be acquired. So we know that exploration is basically full of surprises. So it means we expect that there would be a game changer, and as more seismic data would be acquired, so we would get more information about the subsurface, and that would be quite promising. And we expect to have certain discoveries there. And basically, if we consider like international players, so they are like magnets. Wherever there is a geologic potential, and as new data derives and there is some new discoveries, so naturally they would also come and they would be attracted. So the requirement is that the more we would be exploring and more data we would be generating, so that would be keep on changing our insights about the offshore.
Okay. So ingredients for turning offshore potential into sustained drilling. Gentlemen, your view on this, would you like to add on to Kamran sir?
You know, in last year, end of October, there was offshore bid round. There were 40 blocks set out by the government for bidding. 23 of those were taken. Some of them were taken by one of the state companies on their own, a significant number. For me, if I was to actually evaluate that bid round, I would say it was not a successful bid round, because what we as a country wanted, we wanted new players to come in order to explore, get the best out of our offshore. Majority of the companies which participated were the existing players in Pakistan. And so for me, what that suggests is there is either the fiscal policies are not good, or the data which is out there does not show attractiveness. Now, with regard to the fiscal policy, as Khalid Saab mentioned, Wood Mackenzie study carried out in 2024 actually said that the terms were very competitive compared to the regional countries. So what that suggests in my mind is that we need to put more sweetener in the policy in order to attract the new players in, because if it is not working, we need to do something differently in order to make it work. And that could be one thing. The other thing is on the data side, we do not have sufficient data to be able to attract companies into Pakistan in offshore. And on that, we should, as a priority, as a government, we should work on that. Just for the audience, over the last 10 years, we have imported LNG into Pakistan of around $30 billion. That is the number we have paid, the monies which have gone out of Pakistan to bring LNG in. Had we, on day one decided to create a fund through which we would actually fund the offshore exploration activities, and we would have, let's say, hypothetically speaking, we would have put aside 3 to 4% of the amount being spent on LNG towards the offshore exploration, we would have collected around $1 billion plus. And that would have been a big number for us to actually get this data which is missing, which we need in order to bring the players in. It is an investment and it will bring its return. It's a matter of investing upfront. The monies would flow because there would be discoveries, there would be, companies would come in based on that data. So I think even today, we need to look at schemes, how we can actually improve the data, increase the data which we have for offshore Pakistan in order to bring the investors in. On the fiscal side, as I said, maybe some tweaking need to be done to the policy in order to make it more attractive. Though the price is, again, as I said, is very good under the current policy. So that would be my recommendation.
For international operators, how can we make Pakistan more attractive?
So the offshore, I think one of the things that I previously mentioned in a conference last year as well, that is more need of us collaborating rather than competing. When I talk about collaboration, is that kind of data thing. Now each company has their own way of really looking at the opportunities. If we can collaborate and try to really de-risk the play fairways, we'll find the sweet spot. I have no doubt in my mind that our offshore is not devoid of hydrocarbon. There is definitely hydrocarbon. We don't know where there is right place to go and chase them. Essentially, offshore requires one key missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle, and that is the source rock story. We don't really have a handle on the source rock story. All the other element of the play fairway, we have fairly good an idea about. And for the source rock story, give you an example, as the study that is being done by state-owned companies, we are not privy to this. If the foreign investors are even not having an access to this kind of information and data, nobody is going to really. So the new ideas come when a lot of people look at that data set and come up with their own idea. They have the international experience of doing these things internationally, and they can really bring those ideas and come up with the new play ideas and do the work in Pakistan as well. Right now, collaboration is the way to go. On top of what other friends have said, I would like more collaboration on this.
Mr. Zois Tariq Saab, if you want to add on to what Zois Saab suggested, collaboration.
I think, I think fully agreed with this. I think if you look at majority of the offshore basins that are developed, the first step in many cases is the multi-client surveys, the seismic. And this is basically where you go with the collaborative spirit. We have to fully agree that I think no one company in Pakistan today has the fiscal strength or the technology strength available to do it alone. So it has to be collaborative. Now when we look at, and that starts from multi-client surveys and sharing the information that we have. The second thing is, of course, that how to lure the international investor in, right? So investors by default go after the risk. That's not an issue. But the risk has to be defined or as certain as possible. And this is where the data comes in. So, I mean, we have to spend enough effort, both financially and technically, to not only acquire the data, but also to make sure that enough analytics is done on it, that when we go technically and sell it to the international investor, they have certain certainty that their investment will be more comparative to the other regions where they're going to invest. Because we are going to be competing with likes of East Africa, Guyanas, West Africa, to get the same investor to invest in Pakistan. The third thing which I will have to appreciate is that one of the ways of de-risking is to show the trust of local companies in the project. And I think one thing which this offshore bidding round has shown is that the consortium of local companies is confident and willing to put its stake and neck in the game. And I think that will go a long way in building the confidence for the international investor.
Okay, on to the issue of costs. What role can global service providers, companies and technology providers play in reducing exploration and development costs? Each of you, if you'd like to share on.
So, I'm the service company sitting here. I can see my esteemed customers looking at me as well, so I'll start. And, you know, first thing, I will say it very candidly that I think a service company should not be looked at, we should not be looked as vendors, right? I mean, I think those days are gone. We have to be looked at as partners, because what's the job of a service company today is not to supply tools. It is to reduce the cost, because we have a fixed budget available. That kitty is the one from which the service company, which is down the chain, will be paid as well. So our interest has to be to provide the opportunity to our customers to maximize the utilization of that capex.
Okay.
You know, if they are drilling 5 wells today from the capex they have, our job is to enable them to drill 10, because that allows us more utilization of our people, our assets, and the volume that we need, right? So this is, I think service companies are critical in this sense. If I can drill faster, I can definitely reduce the cost for our customers. If I can provide much better data analytics on the seismic, I can go to the prospect faster. I can reduce the uncertainty of the prospect as well. If I can make digital twins and provide data analytics on the production platforms or on the production mechanisms, facilities, I can help our customers to detect the problems, mechanical or otherwise, in their equipment early, using the analytics, predictive analytics, and I can help them fix it faster. So everything I can do in the value chain, which allows me to execute faster, execute more efficiently, and reduce the cost per barrel, will eventually lead to the capex being utilized more, and eventually will help the service companies. So I think the service companies absolutely have a large role to play. Now, one question which you asked in the beginning was, what else can be done? Yeah. And I think we do have to have policies which allow technologies to be used more efficiently, more easily. Because we have this cycle where I don't see a mechanism where an out of the procurement cycle technology can be brought in that easily, especially when it comes to our public sector companies. And I think this is an area where improvement is required, because we are ready to bring technologies, but unless there is a mechanism for us to not be competing on cost alone, but on efficiency, risk sharing, performance, kind of related contracts, it will not be possible for us to bring those technologies. But definitely, we are hand in hand and partners with our esteemed customers.
Gentlemen, would you like to add on to this issue? Yes, please.
Basically, if we consider like exploration and production, so that is driven by technology, and therefore the service companies have a very important role in that. If we consider the improvements like seismic imaging, so there have been tremendous improvements there, and that keeps on going on. We need more accurate algorithms for imaging, especially depth imaging, then more accurate, basically velocity models that are more geologically realistic. And so there are more improvements day by day in these techniques, like full wave inversion-based techniques for imaging. Similarly, if we come to interpretation, so now more recently there have been improvements which reduce the risk like AI-driven basically interpretation as well as fault identification. So these are the technologies that in the exploration side are continuously deriving and evolving into more mature form. And so they are continuously helping us. And similarly, like more techniques in data acquisition, where in acquisition now we have nodal systems where basically it is more easily you can acquire data in more tough terrains. And as we know, like in Pakistan, there are certain security zones, so it means we need to do the activities more cost effectively. So these technologies are helpful there. So technology also keeps on changing, and with improved technologies, even like in interpretation, quantitative interpretation is now playing a more important role, that in addition to just getting the subsurface structural picture, we are now getting every detail of the rocks in terms of its porosity, fluid contents, as well as lithology. So that is also important, and these technologies keep on reducing the risk.
Mr. Kamran, cost-effective technologies is what Dr. Saab stressed on. You want to add on to it?
Well, what I would say is, obviously, we need our service companies, which Zoro just mentioned, as our partners, to bring in the new technology. There is, the technology keeps on changing. It keeps on changing very fast. Unfortunately, I think what we see is the technology which reaches Pakistan is already outdated when it reaches Pakistan. And that probably is one of the reasons why we have not been able to fully exploit the tight gas reservoirs. We have not been able to find the right recipe for fracking various reservoirs. We have not been. So I think on the technology side, there's a lot of lacking, and though maybe service companies may not agree to that, but the reality is that we need that, and we need encouragement on the policy front so that the new technology can come in. That's what I would.
Gee, if you want to add on to it, apart from technology, any other?
One comment that I have on this. I don't know what happens. Whenever I come on the mic, I think they do something funny with this. Yeah, okay. Just kidding. It's a kind of chicken and egg situation. When you really talk about technology, nobody is going to bring the technology if there is not a big enough a market. And there's going to be not big enough a market if you don't really have the people who are willing to invest. It's the people who are willing to really go and make the risk investment into the country. And this is again the policy issue. If you're looking to really have the people coming in, doing the risk investment, your market is a kind of bigger market, the scale is going to come automatically. I made that comment earlier as well when they talk about the tight gas and the shale gas. The scale is not there. Technology is not going to come, no matter what you do. If I have to really do one frac in 1 year, I might really have to spend probably 10 times the cost what it costs in USA. And this is the fact of life. But if I really have inventory of like doing 20 wells, fracking in a year, the cost is going to come down. Okay. It's a simple math from the economic standpoint. The scale is not there. The technology is not going to come cheap. It's going to be expensive. We need to have more players into the market. The more players are there, they're going to put more money into the investment cycle, and that's how we're going to really get the technology costs coming down.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a very basic question. That what policy improvements can we make to boost domestic oil and gas production in Pakistan? Each one of you. Before we move on to...
I think we can talk about this, I think probably the whole day, but I think less regulation, market liberalization, and making people really go and access to the area, the safe access to the area, and some of the country risks that are playing heavy on our investment decisions, if they can really be brought down. Then we can talk long on this, but these are the key things that comes to my mind immediately.
Mr. Kamran?
I think so. I would like to add to what Zahir Sahib said. Swiftness in decision making is also required. Coming up with policy changes as and when required. You know, earlier on, the Energy Institute from London, this gentleman, the professor, what he said, today we are trying to fix a problem which was yesterday's problem, and today there are other issues. So similarly, in the oil and gas sector as well, we need to be fast with trying to come up with solutions, and we need to implement them fast. We don't want to end up spending years discussing a policy which probably takes 2 to 3 years to finalize, and then it takes even longer to implement because somebody along the chain disputes how this is to be interpreted. So just adding on to what Zahir Saab said, reducing the regulation would also help. So, you know, primarily coming up with the required policy in order, like for the marginal fields, we need to have a policy in place. For shale gas, we need to have a policy in place. We need to look at our offshore, how we can further improve, how we can get the data set. You know, all these things are needed in order to increase our production from oil and gas, which has declined. You know, it's declined from its peak of 4.2 BCF per day. At one time, there was a, you know, plateau for around 10 to 12 years, around 4 BCF per day. It's now down to 2.7, you know. So I would say swiftness in decision making, less regulation, those are the required.
Okay. Dr. Saab, swiftness in decision making, less regulation. Any other point would you like to add?
Basically, most of the key factors they have already mentioned.
Okay. They have already been mentioned. Okay.
So,
all right. Yes, you have a point?
You know, I think the very well said. I think if I can sum it up, I think we need more policy and less policing. I think that will help.
Okay.
So I think basically what we have to allow is, you know, the 80-20 rule where if you make the policy too tight, nobody can enter. Okay. Right? So you have to have mechanisms where you can regulate it, but allow the policy to be flexible enough so it can be implemented faster. That allows you to de-risk and allow more investors to come in from outside as well. Definitely access to data. I think we are, somehow we have this issue where I see the data protection goes beyond, you know, the normalcy of what we see in some other countries as well. We are a very small market globally scaled in terms of the oil and gas business. I think sharing and collaboration of data and openness of data will allow us to do more with the resources that we have. And finally, I think, yes, technology implementation, because I think one thing which, you know, we looked at a lot of numbers this morning, but at the same time, while we agree oil and gas is continue to stay as a transition fuel, we are declining at a very fast rate as well in terms of our production rates. And while we have had some very strong initiatives, you know, OGDCL, other companies which are taking for production enhancement, if you fast track 5 years from now, and if you're declining 6 to 7% a year, I think the numbers we showed this morning will not look the same. And I think if the decline rates continue at the same rate, I think we all have to close our eyes and then open them 10 years from now and see what the companies which are sitting here will be looking like. So I do think that we have to deregulate, allow ease of money, both coming in and going out, right? Because it goes both ways, and we have to make sure that there is more collaboration on data.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
To make one comment, I
please,
think Zahid Saab has made a comment sitting there, and I was trying to really do it in a sugar-coated way. He wanted me to speak out loud and clear about the elephant in the room. In fact, the upstream sector, the oxygen has been sucked out of the entire system, the entire blood system that we have. There's 3 trillion that is more like locked up in the kind of receivables. This is not small sum money. If you don't really have the capital within the system, the existing players, they are crying, and they don't have the money to really put into the new investment. How you can expect somebody else who's going to come and do investment in this country? How you expect the people who are already working here do their investment planning for the next year and the year after if they don't have the money in their pocket for something they have sold many years back? So this is kind of issue that is, we don't really have an answer to this right now. I don't see whether there is going to be an answer in the near future either. So I think you're happy now. I've said it.
Gee, Mr. Kamran, do you want to add on to it? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for an excellent discussion. The floor is now open for a 10-minute Q&A or any remark before we move on to lunch. Ji.
Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is Haider Murtaza ji. I represent a company which provides artificial intelligence solutions to manufacturing, transportation, and warehousing. So when I look at the list of things that an AI company can do for oil and gas management companies, इसमें predictive maintenance भी आ जाती है, supply chain optimization भी आ जाती है, productivity enhancement भी आ जाती है. We can even reduce risks for your companies. But आप लोगों की सारी discussion को सुनते हुए, देखते हुए, I was just wondering if आप लोगों में से कोई suggest कर सकता है कि what kind of solutions you guys are currently looking for that can help you get to the point or achieve your production or safety goals?
Talking about the safety, we have the industry-leading solutions that are deployed there. To give you an example, our compressors, they have the kind of like solutions they're which enable the data to be directly uploaded on the cloud, and the OEM is providing us a health check on the compressors that we have. So we have adopted some of those solutions that make sure that we produce efficiently and we produce safely. There are like industry solutions that have been adopted for these kind of things.
Okay. Dr. Saab, you want to add on to this?
Basically, in the petroleum industry, like especially exploration, so most of the AI techniques are already there and they are very specialized in their specific domains. And it is not that more recently they are available. It has been already more than 2 decades that such technologies are available, and because seismic data is too extensive in terms of size. Currently we talk about like big data and analytics, but seismic data has all these attributes right from the 1990s. So to get out and extract features from such huge volumes of data, so basically most of the service providers, they have specialized softwares which have all these capabilities already available on them, and with time to time these technologies are becoming more mature and more effective.
So you have a question, right?
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी, मेरा नाम इरफान सदीकी है. तो आजकल मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ प्लानिंग के साथ भी काम कर रहा हूँ टुवर्ड्स एनर्जी साइड. तो एक चीज़ आई थिंक दिस इज हम सब ने प्रोडक्शन की बात की. आई मीन द कंट्री प्रोडक्शन इज डिक्लाइनिंग एंड थिंग्स आर गोइंग बैड, और अनफॉर्चुनेटली मोस्ट ऑफ द मेजर IOCs have left the country. UEPL रह गया, MOL रह गया, या PGNIG रह गया. So I think everything rests on the NOCs to take this journey forward, and आज जिस मुल्क का $60 बिलियन का डॉलर का बजट है उसमें $30-32 बिलियन is expend on petro imports and circular debt and UFG and TND and all that. So it's a big challenge. और जिस तरह obviously production decline हो रही है, तो आज 2.7 है, तो 5 साल बाद I think 1.5 रह जाएगी. $6-7 बिलियन और LNG में spend होंगे. So I think it is one of the things, क्योंकि अब थोड़ा सा as a planning ministry, we are integrating with other ministries also. So I think one of the things is also, I think from ENP side, I think हमने पाए को बहुत बड़ा करने की कोशिश नहीं की. Like energy or power, petroleum or power silos में काम कर रहे थे. Most of the companies are also working in the silos. पाकिस्तान की market बहुत slow है. हम service company की बात कर रहे थे, तो जब तक इतना बिजनेस नहीं होगा कि जहाँ पे हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करेंगे, जब वॉल्यूम ऑफ बिजनेस होगा तो सर्विस कंपनी टेक्नोलॉजीज भी लेके आएंगे. तो जो ENP कंपनीज हैं, जैसे अगर आज आप बात करें, तो आई थिंक मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पेट्रोलियम में अंदाज़ा नहीं है कि पाकिस्तान का मैच्योर फील्ड का पोटेंशियल कितना है. हम पॉलिसी की तो बात करते हैं, लेकिन आई थिंक वी नीड टू शो द पोटेंशियल ऑल्सो, क्योंकि 70-80% ऑफ द फील्ड्स आर मैच्योर फील्ड. It's not only, there's a lot of bypass hydrocarbon also, I guess.
So I think this is the low hanging fruit, क्योंकि वहाँ पे शायद security के issues भी ना हो, आपकी आप एक well drill करते हैं 3 महीने में 6 महीने में उसमें production होती है नहीं है, security issues हैं. So I think we have to pick up the battles which we want to fight and make a quick bucks out of it. So mature field में I think one of the thing is OGDC, PPL, UPL has mastered the mature field intervention, जिस तरह बदीन block को इन्होंने exploit किया. They can help, ENI ने they have done a lot of good work in offshore, केकड़ा किया सब कुछ किया. So I think this is where, क्योंकि एक capacity issue तो है ना हमारी organizations में, जब आप shale की बात करते हैं, tight gas की बात करते हैं, technology के साथ capacity issue भी है. तो MOL है, people are now benchmarking their number of days in North. So why not try to integrate that? I think at this forum we need to focus on कि हम कैसे E&P companies can come together, make a pie bigger, take it to the government also to influence the policies also. क्योंकि होता ये है कि IOCs का उतना influence है नहीं government पे कि वो policy change करें. अब चली गई हैं. So most of the thing is now with OGDC, PPL and Mari Gas to an extent to influence that. So I think this is one of the main focus of this forum should be to how we can, build up that volume and that momentum to ensure that we have those quick gains and we have, business value, value proposition enough for the international companies also to come and invest in Pakistan. इसी तरह offshore के obviously आपके पास data center नहीं होगा तो who can make that commitment to come and invest in Pakistan in deep water or, offshore in general basically. So I think this is one of the things I just wanted to add to the forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of this panel. And we will resume after a lunch and namaz break around 1:45. So see you again after a short break.
I would also request the CEOs of the companies to visit the booths that have been set up by the sponsors. That's just outside the hall. Thank you.
PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, $12.1 billion US, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, $633.9 million US, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons, catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors, while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system, AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in building society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around 1.79 million US dollars in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being. PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, 12.1 billion US dollars, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, 633.9 million US dollars, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons, catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors, while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in building society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around $1.79 million in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being. PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea, and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited, As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, $12.1 billion US, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, $633.9 million US, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons, catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors, while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in building society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around $1.79 million in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being. PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, $12.1 billion US, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, $633.9 million US, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons, catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors, while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system, AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in building society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around $1.79 million in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being. PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, $12.1 billion, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, $633.9 million, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons. catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in building society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around $1.79 million in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being. PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea, and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, 12.1 billion US dollars, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, 633.9 million US dollars, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons, catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors, while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around 1.79 million US dollars in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being.
Check 1. This.
PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, $12.1 billion US, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, $633.9 million US, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons, catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors, while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system, AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in building society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around $1.79 million in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being. PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, $12.1 billion, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, $633.9 million, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons. catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors, while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in building society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around $1.79 million in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being. PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea, and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Greece Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, 12.1 billion US dollars, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, 633.9 million US dollars, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons, catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors, while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in building society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around 1.79 million US dollars in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being. PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, $12.1 billion US, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, $633.9 million US, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons, catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors, while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system, AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in building society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around 1.79 million US dollars in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being. PSO has been a pioneering force in redefining the energy landscape of Pakistan by powering the land, sea and air for more than 4 decades. PSO, being the largest energy company in the country, has always been focused on strategic integration of technology and alternate energy sources to pave the way for a greener and more environmentally conscious nation. PSO has also diversified its strategic investments in order to capitalize on opportunities in an ever-evolving energy landscape. These include joint installation of marketing companies, New Islamabad International Airport, Asia Petroleum Limited, Pak Grease Manufacturing Company Limited, Pak Arab Pipeline Company, Pakistan Refinery Limited, PSO Renewable Energy Private Limited, Serisma Private Limited. As a market leader, PSO holds the largest portion of Pakistan's downstream oil sector. Our core operations encompass the procurement, both imports and local sourcing, storage and marketing of petroleum products, along with the import of regasified liquefied natural gas, RLNG. Our diversified portfolio extends to non-fuel retail and card services as well. With a turnover exceeding 3.4 trillion rupees, 12.1 billion US dollars, and a market capitalization surpassing 177 billion rupees, 633.9 million US dollars, PSO stands as the most extensive and well-established energy company in Pakistan. With a network of 3,600 plus retail outlets, 9 installations, 19 depots, refueling facilities at 15 airports and 2 seaports, with a market share of 99% in aviation, 20 LPG storage and bottling facilities, a fleet of more than 10,000 tank lorries, and 2 state-of-the-art lubricant manufacturing facilities with a production capacity of 70,000 metric tons of global standard lubricants every year for cars, motorcycles, buses, trucks, and industrial equipment. In the fiscal year 2024-25, PSO efficiently managed 103 cargo ships of essential products, including motor gasoline, high-speed diesel, and jet fuel. Playing a pivotal role in Pakistan's energy landscape, PSO substantially contributes to the energy generated from furnace oil and LNG. Notably, PSO stands as Pakistan's leading importer of LNG, with an annual volume exceeding 6.6 million tons. PSO represents a significant 48% of Pakistan's storage across OMCs, with a total storage capacity of about 1.24 million tons, catering to over 3.5 million daily consumers. Our sales volume of fuels stands at approximately 7.2 million tons, securing a notable market share of 45.7% in white oil. With a formidable presence in the cards business, PSO's offerings span across fleet and corporate sectors, while servicing our core consumer needs through seamless and cashless transactions. Always at the forefront of adapting to technologies and integrating eco-friendly energy solutions with an underlying dedication to sustainable energy practices, PSO is the forerunner in elevating the nation's fuel standards to Euro 5 for motor gasoline and high-speed diesel, while being the pioneer in introducing electric vehicle charging facilities across Pakistan. With a commitment to enhancing customer experience, PSO is continuously seeking innovative ways and adapting to the ever-evolving technological landscape by strengthening the company's digital capabilities in order to minimize human intervention through automation. Some of the initiatives are: PSO has expanded retail automation across touchpoints that enable real-time monitoring, inventory management, sales data, and price updates that aid in increasing control, efficiency, and day-to-day operations. PSO has widened its web around smart oil terminal integration for state-of-the-art filling, monitoring, and safety features. PSO is the first public sector entity to digitize its procurement and invoicing system through SAP S/4HANA and vendor invoice management system for increased efficiency and reduced turnaround time for suppliers and business partners. PSO has partnered with OneLink, Pakistan's largest payment gateway, connecting 40 member banks to facilitate smooth and secure fund transfers for its business partners. PSO has enhanced its transshipment through a first-of-its-kind fleet management system for the efficient management of tank lorries by adapting to the automated queue management system, AQMS. Believing in giving back to the people we serve, PSO takes pride in building society through healthcare, education, environment, and community development initiatives by contributing 500 million rupees, equivalent to around 1.79 million US dollars in financial year 25. PSO steadfastly commits to promoting a more sustainable future by ensuring a harmonious balance between economic growth, environmental preservation, and social well-being.
I request all the delegates to please have a seat because we'll be starting in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We are now moving towards our second panel discussion. I'll request all of the guests to please get back to their seats. Thank you. The second panel discussion is titled as Energy Reforms and Challenges. And we are indeed privileged to have reputed energy sector professionals and experts from government as our panelists for the session. I'll request 3 panelists for the session to move to the stage for starting the session. The first panelist we have is Mr. Masroor Khan, Chairman OGRA. So may I have you on the stage, please? Secondly, we have Mr. Abdul Rashid Jokyo, DG Gas. Third panelist is Mr. Sajid Mahmood Qazi, Additional Secretary SIFC. Sir, please. Thank you so much. Thank you for the attention. Am I audible? Let me put up the first question towards our debate panel. So today we have discussion on the projections, then we have a speech on the power sectors and the changing dynamics. Now we consider the energy reforms and challenges. What do you think? What are the key structural reforms still required to make Pakistan's energy sector more resilient and investor friendly, specifically if we talk about the FDI, that was the case, or a discussion in the previous panel as well. If you can give your views, please. Sir.
Should I answer? Am I audible? Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting us to this prestigious forum. Now, it's a very important question and very close to OGRA because we are directly responsible for attracting investment in the downstream segment. When we say downstream segment of the oil and gas sector, it means we are into midstream, which is predominantly manufacturing. And the downstream means the oil and gas sector, mainly the oil marketing companies, refinery, pipeline transportations, and of course, natural gas. So to answer your question, what major steps need to be taken to make this sector attractive for the foreign investors and also to the local investors? In my personal view, the most important thing is to reduce the total turnaround time which is taken by any investor for any opportunity right from the beginning of the time of conception of the project till the time the facility or the project is put into operation. Unfortunately, we have a list of approvals, permit, NOCs which are required, and they may take ages. I don't want to be very specific with the list of the approvals which are required, but let's take an example. If you want to put up an LNG terminal at Karachi port, the list is huge. And how long will it take to get all those licenses in place is again a big question mark. I think that is a fundamental area of concern which is required to be addressed. Secondly, when it comes to ongoing operation of the businesses, we do have a mechanism in place where we do address when there is a need for any variations. For example, recently Pakistan gas market has been liberalized, and there is a mechanism which has been introduced by OGRA, which is the network code method, where all the potential investors, the participants, the stakeholders, they can come and they can lodge a request for variations, the changes in the rules, and those amendments are made by taking everyone on board. So yeah, I think that's a long and short answer to your question.
Thank you, sir. Let me put the same question before Abdul Rashid sir, who is the DG Gas, specifically in the context of gas sector. Sir, what do you think we have now an offer for the residential customers about the LNG? It's a new development. Earlier we had this offer for the industrial sector. Now what do you think? Is it necessary? Why was it necessary? And how, is it important to make the sector more sustainable, environment friendly, I can say investor friendly? So what's your view on this, please?
Yeah, I think there are two aspects to this. One is the regulatory side, which is, I think, Chairman Ogra explained this. I don't see the representative from the DGPC. There is a upstream regulator. For the downstream, since we work as a policy maker, we have to not only guide the regulator under the law to give policy guidelines to guide them, we have to create an investor-friendly environment also. In the gas sector, since I've been there for nearly 19 years, looking into the sector has evolved in a way like I don't see further kind of improvements, but it has kind of degraded in a way. It should have been, the initial concept was to promote the third-party access. The policies were made so, the PCAs were made so, there should be there has been two monopolistic kind of buyers only, one is Sui Southern and Sui Northern. The NP companies were kind of having no option to sell the gas except for those two buyers. The license granted to them were having the exclusivity clause by till 2010. Nobody was given such a license before that date. Thereafter, OGRA issued number of licenses, but because by that time, both the Suis have laid such a huge network of over 200,000 kilometers, nobody, I think, can compete with them as of now, and will take ages to compete with them. So what this asset is now for use is to give open access to the third party, which is a kind of preamble part and functions with the OGRA under the ordinance. That segment has to be kind of looked into. There should be multiple buy market. The consumer should be having option to purchase gas from anybody. The seller should have option to sell gas anybody. With that kind of thought in mind, we kind of initiated a reform through amendment in petroleum policy. We allowed the producers to sell directly 35% of their share of gas without requiring any approvals from the policy side. Initially in a policy, it was contingent upon, like percentage was 10%, it's now increased to 35%. That 10% was contingent upon approval of the provincial governments. Everybody knew like provincial governments did not have the capacity to kind of deal such matters. So the sellers never preferred that route to sell their 10% of the specification gas. With this policy in place, requiring nothing except the buyer should have the regulatory permissions, I think market is going to open up. OGRA did a wonderful job. I mean, as per the law, they're supposed to encourage open access and third-party access to the existing network, which is kind of developed by both the Sui companies, and both are kind of transporters to that network. That was revised, and the new form came into in the form of third-party access rules in 2018, along with network code. That reform paved a way for third parties to come into. So we had a first customer of third party, Parker Fertilizer. They got allocation from MARI, from DARKI. Under the access arrangement, or we call it transportation agreement, they transport their molecule, get transported through Sui Northern, paying a tolling tariff, and get the gas volume at their plant site. Thereafter, with that passage of time, UGDC came into, and they are getting their consumer base increased. They are increasing their setup also, footprint also. So I think we have to move towards kind of liberalization of the market. The complete regulation of market by the government creates inefficiency. That's my personal opinion. The law was made such so, like consumer pricing have been given exclusive domain of the federal government to decide. Knowing the fact that valid prices regularly change with the change of crude oil prices that is imported in the country, we were not actually passing on that increase to the consumer for recoveries by these utility companies. So what that resulted into accumulation of receivables of the producers. Obviously, these are the payables of the SUI companies that ballooned to the tune of 1.7 trillion rupees. That includes the part of RNG payables also towards the PSO by these companies. So the first thing what has to be done, either government remain consistent with the price increase, pass on the actual costs incurred by the producers, and OGRA aware of the fact that both the SUI companies' revenue requirements, if we dissect that, 90% their revenue requirement comprises of the cost of gas, the gas they purchase from producer. That component has to be assured to be paid back to the producer. Securing their cash flows, obviously they will reinvest in exploration activities. And obviously the policy is good enough, which is the existing policy, giving fair incentives for the price. But that kind of accumulation has to be addressed. That we are kind of looking into some settlement plan, maybe for a brief period, 2 years, that stock has to be addressed. What we did is starting November 23 onwards, we made a commitment to the IMF, like we will consistently revise the prices of the consumers without any delay and without any kind of taking any liberty to reduce the prices. I must say we let this liberty off by amending the ordinance. Section 8 subsection 3 in its original format, what kind of not giving any obligation or commitment on the part of government whether they can increase the price or reduce the price. So in the past, there has been happenings like we did not increase the price or we marginally increased the price. With the amendment came into in 2022 in the ordinance, that liberty has been taken away from the government. That we kind of worked with the IMF and brought this amendment to the parliament. So now, in any case, whatever determination is made by regulator against the purchase of gas by both the companies from the producers, that price has to be passed on and recoveries has to be improved. So past 2-3 years, I think there has been improvement in the recoveries and the payments to the invoices also. The issue is the accumulated stock that we are looking into how to settle that amount, which is kind of huge as of now. If we do not settle that, obviously the companies which are going to invest in the new blocks, they will be obviously out of cash and they cannot invest. So to my understanding, market has to liberalize. The function of government's fixation of consumer price should be given away. It should be deregulated or it should be given to the regulator to decide. Government should not intervene in that. And the market, in a way, promoting third-party access arrangement, the existing huge network should be used for the benefit of others also. That's from my side.
Thank you, sir. I'll put up the question towards Sajid Mahmood, who is the Additional Secretary SIFC. Sir, the two constraints and the reforms taken by, especially by the gas sector, in the gas sector, has been explained here. And SIFC appears to be a body or an authority, or you can say a forum, where these constraints had to be relaxed. Investors were actually targeted to be facilitated. Now, what do you think about these structural reform and what other reforms may be required As Sir has already mentioned, there is a list of NOC that requires a lot of time still for convincing any investor to come here with this much rigidities. What's your opinion on this, sir? Please.
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, SIFC is here to facilitate the investment, both the existing one and the new one, irrespective of whether it's an FDI or a local investment proposal. So yes, absolutely right. There are so many bottlenecks and so many other, checks which are hindering the flow of investment from abroad as well as locally. And if you ask me honestly, the main issue is this completely regulated environment where we are operating. If we, zoom out this energy thing beyond oil and gas and have a wider energy lens, I'm sure you know that the power sector has traditionally been so badly regulated that even now they are still not able to get out of that framework. Since 47 till 1992, the power sector was completely dominated by one authority, which was Water and Power Development Authority. Every generation, every transmission and distribution setup was managed by that single authority. But in 1992, the government, in the name of so-called reforms, started claiming or started inviting the private sector for generation purposes. And if you recall, these IPP's phenomena happened. But what happened was that the government couldn't come out of that regulated frame of mind. What they actually wanted was, they wanted the investors' money, and the investors were forced to set up a power plant at the price determined by the government, and the fuel to be used for that purpose was also dictated by the government, and the tariff was also dictated by the government. So here is the policy after 40 odd years of creation of Pakistan in the early 1990s, when the government says that we are no more into production of energy, electricity, it's the private sector's job. And instead of giving them a competitive environment where they could come and bid for the electricity, they were shackled in a regulated environment where they were told that we will buy the capacity from you, you are supposed to put up these plants at this rate, and this famous, the cost plus formula. So what we ended up was that a lot of IPPs came up, they set up their shop, and subsequently in all the iterations of this policy of 94, 2002, and even up to 2013-14, so many megawatts were added on the same premise, where there was no incentive for the investor to be creative, to be thinking out of box, but they were forced to set up the capacity under this premise that they will be paid the capacity payments. And then we started, maligning them, since the government was unable to offtake that capacity, but the investors had to be paid. So this is one example where even right now, I was reading the other day that the power division is now thinking of CTBCM and trying to accelerate it. And the acceleration speed is that in the next 5 years, they are going to offer 800 megawatts for CTBCM. 800 megawatts out of a total installed capacity of more than 40,000 megawatts. Same is the case with the oil and gas sector. Here again, this single buyer model, which is prevalent in the power sector, is again somehow working in the oil and gas sector, where the government distribution companies and other companies and the overall state jacket is so tight that it is very difficult even for our own SOEs to operate in a competitive and open-ended manner. So unless and until the power division, the petroleum division, and the larger energy framework of the country is completely deregulated, I don't think so a very substantial FDI or even the local investment can be thought through. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now let's put up the same question as far as you have mentioned about the deregulation. We have representative from OGRA. Seb, we can put it in many ways. Deregulation, regulatory certainty, or relaxation in different policies and regulations. Consistency and predictability. What do you think, how important they are? You have mentioned that there are a list of NOCs one has to take if they want to, suppose, move towards LNG sector or any of the other energy-related activity. So what's your take on this? How important these regulations, and where do we need to move towards? What do we need to do to make it more friendly for the investors, please?
I think the short answer is the long-term end game is deregulation. There is no second thought about it. But how to reach there? That's a question which nobody knows when it comes to details. Because deregulation is a massive subject. I think first of all we need to understand what deregulation means. Deregulation, in our case, when it comes to gas sector and when it comes to petroleum sector, has a high level headline story. What does it mean? It means the oil marketing companies will be at their will to sell product at free market price. What does it mean? It means the petrol price in Karachi would be at least 16 rupees cheaper than the price in the extreme north. Now, this has a political value. It has a significance from consumer perspective. It has an impact in the agri sector. Karachi doesn't have wheat crop. Karachi doesn't have paddy fields. So you'll be selling a cheaper diesel in Karachi, but you'll be selling a very, very expensive diesel in Sheikhupura. So does this make sense? Are we ready for that? Similarly, in the gas sector, there are various slabs. For the CNG sector, it's 4,000 plus per MMBTU. For the industrial sector, it's 2,700 plus, and then there are certain permutations as well. But when it comes to tandoor wala, when it comes to naan-bai, when it comes to the consumers who are consuming less than 0.9 HMQ, they cannot afford 4,000 rupees per MMBTU. So you just cannot deregulate the entire oil sector and the gas sector because it does not make any sense from various aspects. So it sounds very nice, it looks very nice in PowerPoints, in general communications, but when it comes to a country like third world country, where there is a variation in the buying power, the capacities, the GDP variations, I think it's a journey which has to take many years before we genuinely bring deregulation on ground. Yes, I can understand in the first world it's completely deregulated, but there's a hell of difference when you compare Northwest Europe with Pakistan. So in my view, it will take time.
So thank you. In fact, you are right. The context is very important. Let me put the same question before our second speaker, the second panelist. So we had this political decision notion earlier. And I can be 100% sure that if the market were deregulated at the time when the prices of gas were very low, it couldn't survive anymore. The prices had to increase at any cost. I mean, tariff had to be higher. What happened then? We stuck with a very higher circular debt. You have already mentioned the amount, which is some $1 trillion, $1 trillion rupees. So with that, now we are forced to do so. When we move outside the country for different loans, for facilities, for renewal of different facilitations like GSP Plus and many others, and we can recall many others as well, we are forced to do so, right? So don't you think that deregulation can be beneficial? And is it always necessary that we have some force or we have some trouble right before us and then we take action?
I think there can be two aspects towards the deregulation. As I said, fixation of the commodity prices by the government creates inefficiency, especially like energy sector. And obviously it is attached with the socio-political agenda also. Gas sector work like, unlike power sector where there are subsidies budgeted for the lifeline consumers, and this part is the cross subsidy. The gas sector never worked like that. It always worked like cross subsidy system, giving lower tariffs to the residential consumer, and Chairman Sahab highlighted is for the tandoor wala also, and recovering that cost from other consumers. That system is no more workable as of now. Their cost of doing businesses has too much inflated. As in the case of, there were few cement plants used to be. They've gone down. We have inflated their tariff more than the imported cost of LNG, like 4,400 rupees. Same goes with the CNG also. Used to be a larger sector, consuming over 350 mmCFD of the gas. They're now shrank to like 50 mmCFD of indigenous gas. When it has also stopped utilizing LNG, which was kind of, there were few stations in Punjab also. So this deregulation in a way, that power of fixation of consumer price to recover actual costs either should rest with the regulator to decide, like they do in the case of petroleum products pricing. Though there's an element of IFM to normalize the price for the regional kind of parity, here in the case like we do, the government does this and keeps the prices uniform. So that part I think can be addressed like giving that power to the regulator to decide rather than government deciding on this. That part which is kind of cross subsidy, we are working with the IMF, I think that has to be addressed through, if there's always a question of vulnerable class available in the gas sector and in the residential consumer. That segment is there, but it is not targeted. You see, for 7-8 months of the year, which is not a winter, everybody uses gas for the cooking only. You cannot distinguish the high-end consumer and the low-end consumer, the rich or the poor. So it's kind of everybody getting benefit of the low tariff because of consumption. So threshold fixation of consumption cannot be deciding the rich and poor. So what we are kind of looking into, that those consumers, whether we take the model of India, like there's LPG transfer subsidy mechanisms, the targeted consumers who have kind of their incomes relevant for their subsidy getting from the government. So those consumer band has to be taken out and they should be given the subsidy directly by the government through the bank accounts. For there are mechanism to do that. BISP is available to disperse that subsidy. The consumer has to carry the bill to any bank, like if they have the credentials available, and get the subsidy like India, it happens for the LPG cylinder. So linking that household income for a consumer or a family income or annual income with the subsidy, so this will kind of do away the cross subsidy in the gas sector. The sector prices will normalize, the demand can flourish. I think that is the part the government has to look into. The burden of cross subsidy should not be further loaded on rest of the consumers because their competitiveness has eroded as of now. They are doing a business is different now. Is in the case of textile, you see, we compete with Vietnam, Bangladesh, obviously, but their energy costs have been inflated by us, and on both sides, electricity and the gas. So those are to be rationalized by eliminating cross subsidy and giving direct subsidy to the domestic sector. That's what we are looking into. I think that's the way we will see sector reforming and standing on its feet moving forward.
Thank you, sir. Sir, deregulation is in fact important, but if we case a very if we take the case of a very specific type of deregulation or decentralization, we have that in the form of AI, the blockchain technology, which offers complete decentralization. And that decentralization was not very well received by the Western countries as well. So in fact, that is important, but it has some rules as well, even though we move towards typical deregulation. Apart from this, my question is that what is the major actions that SIFC has taken or is planned to take to attract foreign investment and to unlock the private investment here in Pakistan as well? What are those measures which can attract energy sector investors? If you can give your views, please.
Well, honestly, sir, SIFC has not been given enough time to think of such long-term strategic interventions where it can address some of these challenges at that level. Rather, it is like, you know, firefighting since its inception, because every other day something lands on our desk which is very tactical in nature. So if an investor comes from a foreign country and establishes a logistic chain business, and one fine morning it finds out that a federal agency has, you know, created something out of blue which is hindering its work, so we are then approached and then we engaged all the stakeholders to resolve that issue. So unfortunately, SIFC has not been able to address those bigger challenging issues which are hindering the local and the international investment.
I would like to take a few questions from the audience as well to make it more live.
Yeah.
Please.
That's better.
If anyone has a question, please. Yes, can anyone help us and pass the mic there?
Thank you very much. I think it's definitely touching on the most critical aspects that we are talking about this morning, which is the regulatory environment. I do feel that at times when we start discussing regulatory environment, we kind of believe that it is a choice between free-for-all environment and totally controlled environment, right? Which is, I think, the misconception. Because even if I go to the West, the regulatory environment exists. Where they do not intervene is the market mechanisms and the pricing mechanisms, right? That's where the deregulation happens. So I do believe that there has to be a regulatory environment, because we have to definitely qualify the investors and the type of investments coming in. We do have to have financial regulatory environments to make sure that the funds flow in an honest manner and all that. But where I do think we have a requirement to relax and deregulate is by, you know, direct interventions in the market dynamics and setting up pricing mechanisms. There are other mechanisms that West adopts as well, where subsidies are passed, as I think was mentioned, directly to the affected personnel. And I think those mechanisms should exist, absolutely, to take care of the income groups which are not able to sustain themselves. But by cross-subsidizing and by also, you know, passing the regulatory subsidies to the people who are actually the investors, or the upper ends which can create employments, I think we are in a vicious circle which will just spiral us downwards. So I do think we need to relax the regulatory environment. Any comments are welcomed.
Yeah, let me answer these questions. And let me rephrase what I said earlier. My earlier response was more around complete deregulation. The point which you are mentioning makes sense, that we need to have a balance between a regulatory environment and to attract investment. We cannot have a situation where there is hardly any space for domestic and international investor to come and grow. No, that's not the intention at all. So let me rephrase what I was saying. Yes, when it comes to environmental standards, when it comes to technical standards, when it comes to specification of all the products, regulatory regime has to exist. The market has to be open and free for all. But unfortunately, this mechanism of subsidy is not working very efficiently. And as we all know, we under the program, the IMF program, we are not at the liberty to offer various subsidies as we used to do in the past. So I think there has to be a balance between a regulatory regime and a space for the investors to invest. Now let me share something with you. In gas sector, definitely we have different slabs to accommodate different socio-economic background folks, which are हमारे घरेलू सार्फिन हैं, but not for the sanati sarfin. But when it comes to petroleum products, there is no subsidy at all. The price landed at Karachi port is actually passed on to all the consumers across Pakistan with full cost recovery mechanism, no subsidy at all. I hope I answered your question.
So rather they are taking some additional benefit as well in terms of petroleum levy. Yes.
नहीं वो तो आमदनी है ना, वो तो उसका इससे कोई ताल्लुक.
So please.
So Tariq sir, this is a very pertinent question, and I may give an example to explain the dilemma or the issue which you highlighted. If you recall, in the late 2000s or early, mid 2000s, the government decided to deregulate the telecommunication sector in the country. Remember, that was the time when for getting an ordinary landline, sometimes you needed a directive from the Prime Minister office. So that was the state of affairs of the telecommunication system in the country. But then what the government did was, they on the one hand deregulated the industry, encouraged the privatization, and as you know, the PTCL was privatized at that time, and they introduced the regulator as well. So Pakistan Telecommunication Authority was established. So look at where we are now. We have so many telecommunication providers, they are competing with each other, including the PTC with its Uphone subsidiary. So the cost has gone down, the efficiencies are there, and everybody is a winner. So this sort of mentality should be introduced in the power and petroleum sector. Look, what we did in the power sector, we deregulated the sector by saying that we have privatized KESC or KE today. It's not privatization actually. What we have done is, we have given the ownership of that utility or monopoly from the state to the private hands. Although they have done a remarkably better job than the other discos, but yet they are bound in that a single buyer model, where they are dictated by the state, by the regulator, what to produce, how to produce, at what price to produce, and at what price to sell. So, under these circumstances, it's beyond any economic sense to expect that this thing will happen. And as far as the Chairman Ogras said about this cross-subsidy thing, yes, there is no cross-subsidy in the POL, but it's very much there in the gas sector, which needs to be addressed. You know why? Because probably out of 40 million households in Pakistan, only about 7 million are on the piped gas. What about the rest of the 30 odd million? Some are using LPG, some are using electricity, and some other alternative uses. But no one is thinking about them. But somehow or the other, we are fixated with that so-called protected class, for which we are heavily subsidizing, and subsidizing, not through the government direct intervention, but cross-subsidy at the cost of the industry. And then we lament, and then we say that, people are not, coming and investing. And this grid levy thing, we wanted to bolster this grid by introducing this levy on the captive power. And look now, there are no buyer of that electricity, and people are being forced out of buying this gas even at the higher price. People in Pakistan are ready to buy the gas at LNG price, but they are not able to manage their businesses at LNG plus so many levies, which takes the price to probably 5,000 rupees per MMBTU. So the government should really need to address these things if they really want to kickstart the economy. The other day we read in the newspapers that for the next 6 months, the gas price is not going to be changed. Well, what sort of governance is this? Who will pick up the difference?
Can we have a couple of more questions from the participants, please? Yes,
one
please.
thing I want to add also to the discussion, I think reforms के अलावा we also need to look कि हमारी जो existing policies हैं and the regulatory bodies like OGRA and DGPC, are they friendly enough or the process is fast enough to encourage the investment, or it is the other way around? Because I think if we look currently, even our existing policy, they have been so much bureaucratic that people tend to go out of the country, forget about bringing the investment into the country. Look at the E&P companies who have left, and if you ask the people about the approval process for tight gas and other policies and all that. So I think the important thing also is to see how friendly these regulatory bodies are, investor friendly, to keep the people who are in the business today and bring the additional investment.
So please.
I may have a slight difference with your view that current policies are extremely bureaucratic.
When I say current policy, I said that the implementation bodies, are they taking too long to implement those policies? The process is so bureaucratic. I didn't talk about the policy. Maybe they would be, but if I talk about the tight gas policy, yes, there would be a problem with that. So I think it is the combination of both.
So to answer your question, this position is that it's a dynamic process. It's an ongoing change process which is based on taking feedback, having a stakeholder engagement, and then incorporating all those ideas into the policies and to issue a fresh version. That's an ongoing process, not something which is stagnant. However, definitely in few areas of this country, attracting investment is a challenge because of the safety risk and various other reasons. I don't want to go into the details, but you've got a valid point that all these policies should be revisited on a more frequent basis. That's a positive feedback. We'll take it.
Thank you, sir.
Ji, Praja sir.
Can anyone pass on the mic, please? Thank you.
जी शुक्रिया सर। मैं एक बड़ा अहम सवाल करना चाहता हूँ। एक तो बड़ी खुशी हुई कि ओगरा चेयरमैन साहब, डीजी गैस साहब और SIFC पॉलिसी मेकर्स बैठे हैं। ये सर एक पर्सनल तजर्बा है कि हमने गैस मार्केट को ओपन करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलकर 11 साल का अरसा गुजारा और 2012 से लेकर 2023 तक गैस मार्केट ओपन करने की एफर्ट्स में शामिल रहे। इस दौरान ओगरा ने काफ़ी सारी कंपनियों को लाइसेंस दिए काम करने के लिए, गवर्नमेंट ने पॉलिसीज़ दी, नेटवर्क कोड बना, SIFC ने बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्प आउट किया कि मार्केट ओपन हो। और जब एक चीज़ मार्केट ओपन हो गई और चीज़ काम चल पड़ा और बारिश का पहला कतरा जो है शुरू हो गया, मेरा सवाल ये है कि जो भी पॉलिसी बनती है उसमें ऊपर लेवल पे जो पॉलिसी बनती है वो नीचे एंड तक मुख्तलिफ डिपार्टमेंट में उस पर अमल कैसे होगा, नंबर 1। और दूसरी बात है कि गवर्नमेंट जो है फिर अपनी SOE से इनपुट लेती है और वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर से फिर इनपुट नहीं लेती और अपनी SOE की इनपुट पे फिर वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर जो है पेनलाइज हो जाता है। 2 सवाल। और तीसरी चीज़ ये कि पसंद, ज़ाती पसंद या नापसंद में अगर पॉलिसी के अगेंस्ट कोई काम हो तो उसको एड्रेस किस तरह किया जाए, सबसे अहम बात। और आखिरी बात जो कहना चाहता हूँ वो ये कि गवर्नमेंट को ये फैसला करना है पॉलिसी साज को कि उन्होंने अपने लोगों को जो अपनी उनकी कंपनीज हैं उनको विदाउट एनी रीज़न सपोर्ट करना है, या जैसे कि अब हमारी मिसाल है, हम 2.5 गुना 2.5 गुना ज़्यादा गैस की प्राइस दे के प्रीमियम पे गैस कंपनी से प्राइस लेते हैं, एडवांस पेमेंट देते हैं, बैंक गारंटीज देते हैं, जबकि गवर्नमेंट की कंपनीज जो हैं वो गवर्नमेंट की गारंटी पे देते हैं और पेमेंट जब उनको आसानियों दे देते हैं। हम लोग टेक और पे लेते हैं, गैस कंज्यूम ना भी कर सकें तो पैसे पूरे देने हैं। इसी तरह ट्रांसपोर्टेशन चार्ज भी ओगरा के नोटिफाइड से ज़्यादा देते हैं शुरू में, इसी तरह UFG भी ज़्यादा देते हैं। हर जगह पे प्राइम सेक्टर से जो है एडिशनल अमाउंट लिया जाता है, प्रीमियम लिया जाता है। और गवर्नमेंट के इदारों को उसका फ़ायदा होता है, चाहे वो SOEs हैं या चाहे गवर्नमेंट के इदारे हैं या टैक्सेशन इदारे। जब इन तमाम चीज़ों को फ़ायदा होने के बावजूद अभी जो पॉलिसी बनी है 35% प्राइवेट सेक्टर को देने का, पिछले 1 साल से किसी भी गैस कंपनी ने उसके तहत एडवर्टाइज नहीं किया कि गैस जो है वो अवेलेबल है। और जो गैस पहले बिक नहीं रही थी, अब वो गैस उस पॉलिसी के तहत उनकी ख्वाहिश ये नहीं है कि ज़्यादा गैस बेचें, वो ख्वाहिश ये है कि उन पे प्रेशर है कि ये गैस सिस्टम में आप SOE को दें गवर्नमेंट की, और जब वो नहीं देना चाहते तो वो गैस इसी तरह अवेलेबल है। तो जो 35% की पॉलिसी है उसमें भी अमल नहीं हुआ। तो मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि ये जो पॉलिसी में चेंज आ जाता है एकदम, उसकी वजह से जो इन्वेस्टर है, जैसे कि हमने अब 12 साल की एक मेहनत की है और एकदम पॉलिसी में चेंज आ जाए, तो मेरे 12 साल का हिसाब किताब कौन देगा? शुक्रिया।
सर प्लीज।
काफ़ी सारे सवालात प्राचा साहब ने यकमुश्त एक ही सवाल में किए हैं, और हमारी एक सुई कंपनी के मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर मेरे बाएं हाथ पे सामने अमीन राजपूत साहब भी बैठे हैं। तो मैं कोशिश करता हूं इसका जवाब देने का। देखिए जी, सरकार का एक एजेंडा है, एंड देयर शुड बी नो डाउट अबाउट इट, एंड दैट इज द लिबरलाइजेशन ऑफ गैस मार्केट। इसके मायने ये हैं कि ओपन एक्सेस होनी चाहिए, मल्टीपल बायर होने चाहिए, मल्टीपल सेलर होने चाहिए। दैट्स द बॉटम लाइन, इसमें दो राय नहीं हो सकती। अब जिन मसाइल का आपने जिक्र किया उसकी एक हिस्ट्री है। किसी भी सेक्टर को ओपन करना इतना आसान नहीं होता, और उसमें यकीनन मुख्तलिफ किस्म की मुज़ाहमतें होती हैं। एक सेक्टर जो मेरे जहन में आता है वो एविएशन सेक्टर है। अर्ली 80s में जब सिविल एविएशन अथॉरिटी ने ओपन स्काई पॉलिसी लॉन्च की, तो वी यूज्ड टू हैव ओनली वन एयरलाइन, PIA। जैसे कि गैस सेक्टर में हमारे पास दोनों सुई कंपनीज थी, सुई सदर्न एंड सुई नॉर्दर्न। तो उस वक्त एविएशन सेक्टर में सिर्फ एक थी जिसका नाम PIA था। जब सिविल एविएशन ने कहा कि जी हम अपने एयरपोर्ट्स खोलना चाहते हैं ताकि दूसरी एयरलाइंस भी आएं और अपने जहाज उस पर उतारें, टैक्सी करें, लैंड करें, पार्क करें, तो सिविल एविएशन अथॉरिटी ने जो काम उस वक्त किया, हम ओगरा ने अभी किया, और थर्ड पार्टी एक्सेस रूल जो थे वो लॉन्च किए कि जिस तरह कराची एयरपोर्ट, लाहौर एयरपोर्ट, इस्लामाबाद एयरपोर्ट को दूसरे इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, तो ये जो ट्रांसमिशन लाइन है, ये जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क है, इसको भी आप इस्तेमाल करें। और ओगरा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन टैरिफ, ट्रांसमिशन टैरिफ लेकर आई। उस वक्त भी PIA ने रेजिस्ट किया कि जी किसी और एयरलाइन को नहीं आना चाहिए। मैं उसकी डिटेल में नहीं जाना चाहता हूं, वैसे ही आजकल PIA का सब्जेक्ट बड़ा नाजुक सा है। लेकिन एक पोजीशन PIA ने बड़ी सख्त ली थी आखिर में, जब सारे मामलात खत्म हो गए, कि जी हम इस सूरत में नए एयरलाइंस को अलाउ करें या उनको लाइसेंस दें अगर उनके पास उम्रा और हज का जो ट्रैफिक वॉल्यूम है वो ना हो। So there were multiple permutations in the whole discussions. Anyway, long story short, fast forward और एयरलाइंस भी आ गई और वो मामला जो था आगे चला और मार्केट खुल गई। We are almost in a similar situation in the gas sector. मार्केट तो हमने खोल दी, ओगरा ने लाइसेंस भी दे दिए। अभी भी इस वक्त एक अच्छी खासी तादाद में, आई विल नॉट कोट द नंबर वरना कल अखबार में आ जाएगा, हमारे पास आए हुए हैं कि जी हमें लाइसेंस दिया जाए, और हमारी ये जो शायद हैं वो पूरी हो गई हैं, ये रह गई हैं, इनको वेव ऑफ कर दिया जाए, ये तो बड़ा जुल्म कर रही है ओगरा कि जी ये भी एक शर्त लगा दी, सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ। अब जो एक बात सुनने में आई आपकी बात से, जो एक और बात निकली कि जी शायद आपको इतनी स्पेस नहीं मिल रही जितनी आपको मिलनी चाहिए, ठीक है ना, जो मैं समझ पाया हूं आपकी बात से। और आप कह रहे हैं कि जी मैं तो पैसे भी पूरे दे रहा हूं, मैं तो UFG भी पूरी दे रहा हूं, मैं तो ट्रांसमिशन लाइन का भी टैरिफ वही दे रहा हूं जो ओगरा दे रही है, और जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन टैरिफ है वो भी मैं पूरा का पूरा दे रहा हूं, तो आखिर क्यों, मैं ही क्यों? मुझे वो एकदम ओपन मार्केट के जो बेनिफिट्स होते हैं वो क्यों नहीं मिल पा रहे। तो आपका पॉइंट तो हमने रजिस्टर कर लिया, और यकीनन एज ए रेगुलेटर और डीजी गैस साहब भी मेरे ख्याल में मेरी बात से इत्तेफाक करेंगे कि हम तमाम नए इन्वेस्टर को इस बात से कतई नज़र कि वो अभी आए हैं या 2 साल पहले हैं या किसी ने, जैसे आपने कहा कि आपने 12 साल मेहनत की इसके ऊपर, हम सबको सपोर्ट करेंगे। लेकिन इसके साथ साथ हमें ये भी जहन में रखना चाहिए कि ये जो 2 हमारी सुई कंपनीज हैं ये भी स्टेट इंटरप्राइज हैं, हमें इनको भी साथ लेके चलना है। क्योंकि एक चीज़ हम भूल जाते हैं इस डिस्कशन में कि जो नए इन्वेस्टर्स आ रहे हैं, जो नई कंपनीज आ रही हैं, दे मोस्टली टारगेट बिग वॉल्यूम, बिग बिजनेस, इंडस्ट्रियल कंज्यूमर्स। लेकिन जो हमारी सुई कंपनीज हैं, ये अमीन साहब आपको बताएंगे, आप इनसे पूछें कि बलूचिस्तान के अंदर 23 अरब रुपए की गैस के आज तक इनको पिछले 12 महीनों में पैसे नहीं मिले, और उसकी वजह से इनकी पीएनएल के ऊपर कितना बुरा असर पड़ा। और अब जो इस वक्त जबकि अभी हम यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, जो सर्दी है क्वेटा में, ये गैस दिए जा रहे हैं और बिल्कुल देना चाहिए और हम इसको सपोर्ट करते हैं, बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू रिकवरी देयर आर बिग क्वेश्चन मार्क्स। तो आपका पॉइंट बिल्कुल वैलिड है कि जी आपको और ज़्यादा सपोर्ट चाहिए, वो हम देंगे, रेगुलेटर भी देगा, डीजी गैस साहब भी देंगे, सरकार भी देगी। लेकिन हमें ये भी जहन में रखना चाहिए कि जो हमारी 2 सुई कंपनीज हैं वो भी हमारा बाजू है। आई होप मैंने जवाब दिया। अगर जोकी साहब कुछ कहना चाहें, प्लीज ओवर टू यू।
प्लीज इफ यू लाइक टू ऐड ऑन टू इट, प्लीज सर।
I think when we were thinking of opening up the market, like giving 35% permission to the producers to sell directly, तो जो कि हमारी दोनों स्विस कंपनी है, they should have been given the similar opportunity to compete, whether in the form of subsidies, whatever. क्योंकि देखिए, these are completely regulated organizations. Their returns, their costs, obviously. Or as I said earlier, when government comes into play in the product pricing, like fixation of prices, there's always an efficiency, because there's an element which comes into play, socio-political. And earlier I think Sajid Sahab highlighted why government did not increase the price for the rest of the 6 months. There's reason to it, obviously, just want to clarify. Regulator gave the determination which was kind of 3.5 billion lesser than the last determination made in May 25. So we were never supposed to increase the price, because in earlier revisions we targeted that determination, which was kind of 888 billion, and this time it is reduced by 3,885,000,000. So I think that is the reason we did not go for the price, and even these prices in place from July would result in some of the cushions revenues available to the SWE companies to offset their prior year shortfall, subject to final revenue requirements. So one aspect he highlighted, continuity of the policy, तसलसल नहीं होता policies में। तो इसके मैं 2 ड्राइवर समझता हूँ, which I feel. One is the political setup in place, then finances of the government, balance of payments, and the lender side, like IMF, anybody else. So some of the reforms are driven from the lender side. Maybe people would say like these might have been suggested by government coming back from the IMF or some other lenders, but that's not the case. Since we remain on a trade deficit, so balance of payments issues, more focus is to generate more revenues. And that generation, that kind of greed to generate more revenues, obviously is not a greed kind of, is to make the balance of payments fair enough to sail through. So that creates kind of distortions and affects the policies, continuity of the policies. But obviously I do not want to comment more on that, being part of the government obviously. But as I said, deregulation it can be viewed in a different way. It cannot be, being a developing country, it cannot be seldom, cannot be at once done. It can be gradually, which ensures like investments costs are recovered, and there should be room to flourish for the industry to make more investments.
Yes, Sajid Sahab, may we have your comments, please?
जी, राजा साहब, आपके सवाल का सीधा सा जवाब ये है कि गवर्नमेंट का एक ऑर्गन एक पॉलिसी लेके आता है, चाहे वो ब्राउन फील्ड रिफाइनरी पॉलिसी हो या चाहे वो पॉलिसी हो जिसके तहत एक्स्ट्रा गैस आपको मिली या बाकी कंपनियों को। लेकिन गवर्नमेंट का ये एक और सेक्टर या एक और ऑर्गन एक दिन उठ के टैक्सेशन में कुछ ऐसी चेंज करता है कि जिसकी वजह से ब्राउन फील्ड अपग्रेडेशन को तो छोड़ें, रिफाइनरीज के एग्जिस्टिंग ऑपरेशंस भी मैनेज नहीं हो सकते। लेकिन आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि वो सिर्फ प्राइवेट रिफाइनरीज को अफेक्ट कर रहा है, वो सरकारी रिफाइनरीज को भी वो चीज़ अफेक्ट कर रही है। सो अगर आज अटक रिफाइनरी परेशान है तो पीआरएल भी उतनी परेशान है, पार्को है। इसी तरह आपका जो मैटर है, अगर इसके अंदर एक नई एक पॉलिसी आई, एक डीरेगुलेटेड एनवायरनमेंट हुआ जिस पे आप जैसी कंपनियों को या बाकी कंपनियों को मौका मिला कि वो आकर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में कोई वैल्यू ऐड करें, तो साथ ही हमने एक ग्रिड लेवी लगा दी। अब देखें, ग्रिड लेवी का नुकसान सुई कंपनीज को भी बहुत हो रहा है, उनकी भी ऑफ टेक अफेक्ट हुई है, उनका भी रेवेन्यू सफ़र हुआ है, और जो नई कंपनियां हैं वो तो बिल्कुल ही आउट ऑफ बिजनेस चली जाएंगी। सो इसमें मेरा ख्याल है गवर्नमेंट की कलेक्टिवली कोई ऐसा इंटेंट नहीं है कि वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर को स्क्वीज करना चाहते हैं या वो कोई पब्लिक सेक्टर की कंपनियों को ज़्यादा स्पेस देना चाहते हैं। आई थिंक जो हमारे हालात हैं फाइनेंशियल, जिसकी तरफ जोशी साहब ने भी इशारा किया, लेकिन उन हालात को भी गवर्नमेंट ने एड्रेस करना है। अब रिफाइनरी के केस में अगर हम अपनी लेवी थोड़ी कम करके और सेल्स टैक्स लगा दें तो वो चीज़ ऑफसेट हो जाएगी और वो आईएमएफ को भी एक्सेप्टेबल है। तो इसी तरह आपके सेक्टर में भी कुछ ऐसे इनोवेटिव स्टेप्स लिए जा सकते हैं जिसकी वजह से पब्लिक सेक्टर कंपनीज को भी और प्राइवेट को भी वो हो सकता है। और अगर गवर्नमेंट अपना थोड़ा सा बेल्ट टाइट करे, अपने एक्सपेंसेस को कंट्रोल करे, तो मेरा ख्याल है कि इतना स्पेस निकल सकता है कि हमारी जो पब्लिक की कंपनी हैं या प्राइवेट कंपनीज हैं वो सांस ले सकें और काम कर सकें। तो ये कलेक्टिवली गवर्नमेंट की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि वो नज़र रखे कि जो वो पॉलिसी लेकर आते हैं वो जब तक मुकम्मल नहीं होती उसमें कोई ऐसी चेंज ना आए, चाहे उस मुतलका वजारत की वजह तरफ से या एफबीआर या किसी और इदारे की वजह से, कि जिसकी वजह से वो डिसरप्ट हो जाए। अगर वो ये हम नहीं कर पाएंगे तो फिर हम इन्हीं साइकिल्स में फिरते रहेंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. With this, let's close the session, and I'm really thankful to Masood Khan Saab, Abdul Rashid Saab and Sajid Namoos Saab for your presence and the discussion. And in fact, I believe that the participants would have got good knowledge and information. And thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was indeed a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you. Now we are going to move on to the third panel session, which is entitled Pakistan's Oil and Gas Downstream Policy Challenges. Assalamualaikum, ladies and gentlemen. We will now move on to the third panel session entitled Pakistan's Oil and Gas Downstream Policy Challenges and Way Forward. This session also promises to be an insightful and intriguing one. I will request the panelists to please come onto the stage, starting with Mr. Adil Khattak, CEO, Attak Refinery. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Adil Khattak. I would now request Mohammad Amin Rajput Saab, MD, SSGC, to please come onto the stage. And I would now request Farooq Majid Bala, GM, SSGPL, to please come onto the stage. And last but not the least, I would request Mr. Kashif Siddiqui, CEO, PAPCO, to please come onto the stage. Thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of this panel discussion. All right, we have a set of questions that pertain to this panel discussion number 3, which is Pakistan's oil and gas downstream policy challenges and way forward. We'll start by asking, what role can third-party access and open gas markets play in improving competition, price fixing, and efficiency? Any of you guys can share a light on this, especially the...
Am I audible? I think in the last session, the policymakers have put a lot of light on the third-party access. Just let me give a little bit background from where third-party access was started. The concept was actually part of the overall gas sector reforms, which back in 2016-17, because I was also part of that process, the World Bank, in collaboration with the Ministry of Energy, they started working on gas sector reforms, and there were 3 main agendas. One was third-party access, one was networking code, and third was the unbundling of 3 companies. So 2 has been done, and one, the unbundling remain. So gas sector reform is still, there are a lot of work is being done on that. Third-party access is, of course, very healthy. There's a competition. But as discussed earlier, and I would say there should be level playing field for all these stakeholders. You cannot let, regulated or the SOEs. आवाज नहीं आ रही? And now, okay. Okay, let me repeat what I said earlier. I said third-party access is actually a part of the gas sector reforms initiated by World Bank along with the Ministry of Energy back in 2016-17. And there were 3 actually main agendas. One was the third-party access, networking code, and unbundling of 3 companies. The 2 items had been materialized, and this unbundling is on the agenda of World Bank, and we again are working on it. Third-party access is very healthy, as the regulator already discussed, both DG Gas and the OGRA chairman. But there should be level playing field for all the stakeholders. You cannot let SOEs, be regulated, and then the third parties are totally deregulated. So there are a lot of items which need to be looked at, that how to work it. We are currently working with the World Bank and talking to them. Ideally, the SUI companies should have been only a transport company to transport. But now making them as a transporter, but major loss business of trade is also with them, because supplying gas to the domestic sector is a real big challenge for us. I won't say loss making, but there are so many things, but of course. So trade and transportation combination should be very, looking at it holistically. So we cannot just, cherry picking and doing the transportation business with certain elements, and then the lost trade businesses remain with the SUI companies is a big challenge. I was talking to World Bank other day, and I was telling them, I don't want end of the day all my good business go away and I become transporter, and the all lost business will remain with me as a trader. As a trader. So trading business and transport, they have to work together. So even we were thinking about that when we allow a private sector entity to become third party taking third party, buying gas and then supplying gas, then they have to take certain domestic business also of that area. So maybe we will align the area, like for example, Hyderabad will be giving to a party who can bring gas and sell gas, like not only for the good customers or industrial or captive or fertilizer, but also the domestic. So it has to be looked holistically, not cherry picking. So SOE's viability should remain. Under the new law of SOE Act, there is an element of public service obligation, but it's still, all the issues, as Chairman Ogra already mentioned, that when I'm being a SOE is doing socio-economic agenda of the federal government, then I need a lot of, they have to look at my overall regime, that how to make me commercially viable. Both SOE companies are not completely, government organizations. They are listed on a stock exchange. There are minority shareholders also there. Like in Swiss Southern, there is 27% with the minority shareholders. So we have to protect their interests also. So commercial viability by OGRA or by the other regulators have to ensure the commercial viability of these organizations. In our overall, if we looked at, so there is around 150,000 kilometer network of distribution. So we need to look at that how can be effectively and commercially, financially, make use of the all laid infrastructure. And we are open to the third-party access. Definitely, it's a reality now. As Ogra Chairman also mentioned, now anybody can buy gas, can even lay pipeline, and it is reality. Already PLL has their pipeline from interconnectivity. They are supplying gas to K Electric from the terminal. There are a lot of customers which are transporting. So you can buy gas, you can transport, you can sell gas. The market is there, but I think dynamics still needs a lot more fixing to make all the sector viable. Ji, madam.
Okay, I would like to pose the same question to GMS and GPL, Mr. Bala.
I think Raghu Sahab has already covered all the aspects. TPA regime, no doubt it increases competition, it will result in reducing prices, and it will certainly result in more efficient operations. But it should not be at the cost of the SOEs. As the present mechanism of regulation, which through which SOEs are governed, it should also be addressed.
Well, we have just been joined by Raja Faisal, GM Operations PSO. So, Raja Sahab, if you're here, can you please join us? Okay, on to the issues of refineries. And Khatak Sahab, this question is for you especially. That refineries often cite low margins and policy uncertainty. So what reforms are required to ensure refinery viability and encourage capacity expansion or upgrade?
Well, as far as refineries are concerned, we've been listening about the refinery policy for such a long time that now probably it's more or less a dead issue now. I would like to tell you that to start with, the government wanted to have one policy both for the greenfield refinery as well as the brownfield refinery. Then somehow they got the impression that probably the overseas companies are very willing or very anxious to bring a lot of investment in the country. So they went ahead and announced or approved the greenfield refinery about 2-3 years back. Nothing happened. No one is willing to come into Pakistan under these circumstances. And I keep telling the government that unless and till the time that those who have already invested in this country, whether they are local or foreign, unless they are satisfied with the investment climate in Pakistan, don't expect any new foreign companies to come into Pakistan. On the other hand, actually, foreign companies are leaving Pakistan, unfortunately. So anyway, so they went ahead and announced the greenfield policy. And believe me that the first draft of the brownfield refinery policy, the first draft came about 6 years back, in December 2019 to be exact. Finally, after a huge meetings, all kinds of meetings and deliberations, the brownfield refinery was approved somewhere in August 2023. It still had some problems, some issues, so finally it was amended in February 2024. Still, it's on hold, nothing is happening. But the problem is that on one hand, and after all, when the policy is approved, it goes through all the forums, it gets feedback from all the concerned relevant divisions and ministries. And even then, on one hand, the policy was approved. On the other hand, in the budget of 2025, the government exempted petroleum products from sales tax. So what happened is that the refineries have to pay sales tax at the input stage, but they cannot get it adjusted at the output stage, because the prices are fixed by the government or OGRA for that matter. So as Mr. Qazi just mentioned, that the delay in implementation of the policy or the sales tax issue not only affected the upgradation projects, which required a huge investment of around $6 billion, all refineries combined, but even affected the normal operations of the refinery. It made even the normal operations unviable, to be exact. So while we were fighting for that issue of sales tax, this current budget, they came up with a new idea. They imposed very high petroleum levies on furnace oil, which increased its price by almost 80%. And all the domestic industry which were using it, they could not afford it anymore. So the refineries have been forced to export it at a huge loss, at a huge cost. So interestingly, when we asked the ministry what was the logic behind this high levy, the first answer was, well, FBR was looking for some option to increase some revenue, so they thought, okay, let's go ahead with furnace oil. After some more time, when we questioned that logic, we were told, since this is a dirty fuel, so the World Bank or the IMF pressure is that we should encourage cleaner fuels. So what I asked them was that if furnace oil is such a dirty fuel that you want to discourage use, how about coal then? When Allah Ta'ala has blessed Pakistan with such huge reserves of coal, probably more than 75 billion tons, next time probably the IMF World Bank is going to tell you to already they are talking about, some of the concerns already talking about that we should discontinue use of Tharcoal. So whether we are going to give importance to our national interest or whether we are going to follow all the directions coming from everywhere. So these are the questions. And now we've been talking with the government, and at times they blame IMF, at times they blame someone else for that. But still the issue is that they have not found the solution. And unless these issues, mainly the sales tax issue and also furnace oil levies are resolved, I don't see any refinery coming up with investing in the upgradation projects. So that's what the current situation is. And other issue which is, I must mention, I think, the downstream, when we talk the downstream. So like for the last 2 years, OMC's margin has not been revised. And about few years back, the government has decided in principle that it would be linked with annual inflation. So nothing happened. And then a number of times the proposal goes to ECC for increasing the margin. The latest was that they said, okay, what went to the Prime Minister was that we increase the margin, normally I think it was ₹1.60, ₹1.70 per litre, but half of it would be given only when the total digitization takes place, even up to down to the retail outlet level. And someone was telling this morning that even that has been rejected and no margin is going to be increased. So again, those OMCs which are working professionally, which are following all the laws and regulations, and which are working transparently, then again find it very, very difficult to operate in this country. And you must have heard of a number of OMCs who already left the country. So whether the government wants only those companies to survive in this country who would compromise on these procedures and transparency and these things, I can't believe it would be intention of the government, I'm sure. So these are the two major issues. And if you would give me some more time, so I'll also mention a third issue, which badly hit the refineries and OMCs, that is smuggling. So like a year back, the huge amounts was petroleum product was being smuggled from Iran. And naturally, they had the advantage. They were not paying any taxes. They were not paying any petroleum levy. So the profit margin was so much. And it was, initially it was happening with the connivance of so many authorities. Initially, thousands of trucks cannot cross the border just like that. In fact, all they had token issued by the local authorities. So again, you know, I'm happy to share that to some extent, to a large extent, it has been controlled to some extent. But even now, some of the politicians in Balochistan would say, look at this, it's such a poor country, there's so much unemployment, so this should be allowed as a border trade. We won't even mind if it's confined to Balochistan, but it was all over Pakistan, even up to Peshawar and everywhere. The smuggled Iranian diesel was there. Even the smuggled solvent oil was being adulterated in petrol. So these are the major three issues which are faced by the downstream industry.
Okay. All right. On to the issue of OMCs. And since Raja Faisal Saab is here, Raja, what are the most critical supply chain constraints faced by OMCs, particularly in imports, storage, and inland logistics?
Mainly, if you look at Pakistan's strategic location, supply chain constraints, you've got one of the main thing is the Strait of Hormuz closure possibility that is geopolitical. And then you've got Pakistan remains a straight line kind of country wherein you transport products up country. So development in Kimadi, as you know, of storages is banned over a longer period of time, and we've got only one connectivity at Port Qasim. Interport connectivity remains one main challenge. And then our reliability, we are trying to increase the pipeline footprint from Machike towards Peshawar. With that, I believe one of the major impediments while using road transport will be solved. But these are steps that need to be taken to control the situation for the longer term.
Okay.
And secondly, with geopolitical, you've got price volatility because of storages being constrained. So you are affected if a major change comes about.
Okay. So how do you think? Okay. So how do you think the risk can be mitigated?
Overall, increasing again, as I said, the pipeline presence, increasing storages, and ensuring that we can add another terminal. We are all focused towards Karachi. We have been working on a project with respect to developing a terminal at Hub, so that our vulnerability with respect to location can be covered. So this, I think that will be a step that can cover us from that angle.
Okay, thank you. We now come back to the gas market. And my next two questions are posed to Amin Saab and Bala Saab. Firstly, Amin Saab, if you can shed light on what policy changes can be needed to make the gas market more profitable?
Well, you know, because SWE companies or the downstream is highly regulated. The gas allocation, upstream prices, UFG benchmarks, downstream price, they all are determined by OGRA. So, you know, the element which we see with the current market scenario, I think one issue has to be addressed, which still is being discussed, and DG Gas is also sitting here. We need regional UFG benchmarks. We need regional pricing. I cannot expect to reach to the UFG benchmark in Balochistan whatever I do. I cannot collect money from Balochistan customers whatever I do with the. In winter, when you know the temperature is below freezing point, and the bill goes to like 70,000-80,000 rupees, people are living below poverty level. They cannot pay. When the salary of a person is 32,000 rupees or 37,000 is the minimum salary. So we need to look at the regional. Otherwise, as OGRA chairman mentioned, that annual UFG value in Balochistan is around 15 billion rupees. Now just tell me what organization on this earth can survive with incurring 15 billion rupees loss per year. But still we are surviving, and you know, Sweet Southern Gas, alhamdulillah, making reasonable profits. But we can do much more if, you know, these things need to be looked at. So that one area is, I really appreciate OGRA is trying to do a lot of things. Like 5 years back, they changed the regime. They got a study from international consultant. They revisit and they revise the UFG benchmarks, make it more robust. They also revised the guaranteed return from guaranteed return, which was actually derived from the covenants of the World Bank and Asian Development Bank, to based on the weighted average cost of capital, which was a good phenomena. Again, now there is a study going on to a new model. But if I look at from the downstream perspective, they have to look at the regional perspective, the ground realities. Otherwise, whatever you do, these organizations will become very difficult. Now, the issue is, I have said this in many OGRA hearings, it's your choice to put this loss to the customers or to the whole country. Because like I have seen in Pakistan Steel case, they were our customer also. Therefore, like from 2015 to 2025, their gas bill was being bailed out in the ECC. Okay, and of course, who is paying? Then the whole country is paying. So if these three companies, because there is no issue of going concern, they will remain there. They are serving 10 million customers. Sajid Saab 7 million कहते sir, 3.2 million our customers, 7.5 million customers we northern के हैं, so कोई 10.5 million customers को दोनों companies serve कर रही हैं, so they will remain there. So but we have to make policies how to keep them alive, how to make them commercial possible. देखिए हम सुई सदन की importance तो इसलिए भी है कि we are at the port city. मुल्क में जितनी RLNG आ रही है, उसको सब हम handle करते हैं. You know, we back in 2015 we laid a pipeline of 370 kilometer, 42-inch dia, which was first time in the country of such dia pipeline, very successfully did it. So capacity is there, there are professionals working in the organization. So government need to look at their issues, how to make them commercially viable. As I said, they are listed companies on stock exchanges. So जब तक हम regional issues को, ground realities को, both regulator भी and the ministry will not look at and make policies accordingly, so things will not improve.
Okay. And Mr. Bala, same question posed to you. What policy changes are required?
UFG related बात तो राजपूत साहब ने कर दी कि जी बहरहाल UFG को कम होना चाहिए, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ हमें ये देखना है कि जी हम इस तरफ पॉलिसी इस शिफ्ट की तरफ जा रहे हैं, TPA रेजीम आ चुकी है, होलसेल गैस ट्रेडिंग की तरफ जा रहे हैं, इसके साथ साथ हमें क्रॉस सब्सिडीज़ के ऊपर सोचना होगा, क्योंकि ये एक फैक्टर ऐसा है, ये सस्टेनेबल नहीं है क्रॉस सब्सिडीज़, ये अल्टीमेटली जाना है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट का सोशो इकोनॉमिक एजेंडा है जिसकी वजह से ये चल रहा है, लेकिन जैसे चेयरमैन ओगरा ने कहा कि जी कोई ना कोई इसका मैकेनिज्म बनेगा, फेज आउट ये ग्रेजुअली होगा। तो ये चंद एक चीज़ें हैं जो कि इस पूरे सेक्टर को मतलब प्रॉफिटेबल कर सकती हैं। एक चीज़ और है सर कि टाइमली नोटिफिकेशन ऑफ टैरिफ, वो एक चीज़ मतलब उसमें हमेशा डिले रहता है, और टैरिफ भी कॉस्ट रिफ्लेक्टिव होना चाहिए, वो मतलब टैरिफ में थोड़ी सी उसके ऊपर भी ओगरा को उसके ऊपर सोच रहा है कि जी उसको कैसे इसको हम पूरी कॉस्ट को इसके अंदर बिल्ट इन करें।
Okay, this question is basically posed both at Khatak Saab and Kashif Saab, that how can Pakistan attract private investment in storage, pipelines and refinery modernization?
देखिए मैंने आपको बताया कि as far as refineries are concerned, all refineries combined are in principle ready to invest up to $6 billion in refineries upgradation. So all the delays because of these issues which I mentioned earlier, mainly the sales fix issue, the very high levy on furnace oil, things like that. And you know, whichever sector you talk about, consistency in policy is of prime importance. Now these projects, when you go for it, even the gestation period is 5, 6, even the construction period is about 5 years. So you can't afford to have a policy changes every year. So under these circumstances, you don't expect anyone to invest in these sectors. So these are very basic issues. And talking about another issue which is sort of related with gas also, when we talk about policy making, what has happened, you see, energy is basically, whether it's gas or electricity, the whole economy depends on the energy sector, in fact, because it saves up the manufacturing cost. So the way we have been working on these policies in Pakistan for not only recently but for decades before also. I remember one time that there was only one CNG station in Islamabad. That was also managed by HDIP. And then everyone got after CNG stations. And the huge network was spread all over the country. And our time came, and we knew it, that the local gas is going to deplete. The Planning Commission had come up with forecasts much, much earlier that the local gas is going to deplete. Like, in spite of that, we went and just wasting gas on CNG, things like that. Another issue which is really hard to refineries as well, the LNG issue. The huge LNG-based power plants were set up mainly in Punjab for 1,200 megawatts or 300 megawatt. And we were happy to sign long-term agreement with Qatar and others. When the prices went up, the power stations are almost non-operative now, or operating at a very low capacity. So, to store the local gas, we didn't have enough space in the pipeline. And when the pressure would go up, the domestic gas producers were forced to reduce their production. And when they would reduce the production, gas production, the crude production also comes down. So like a refinery like Attic Refinery, which is totally dependent on local crude, we were faced with very serious problems because of that. You know, I think it's almost criminal to ask the gas companies or the gas producers to reduce production just to make storage available to store the imported LNG. It's most ridiculous. So talking of storages, we have been talking about having strategic oil or even gas storages for the last so many decades. Nothing has happened about it. You don't expect commercial organizations like OMCs or refineries to build strategic storages for the country. This is basically a government concern.
Okay. Mr. Kashif, what is your take on this?
Well, from the pipeline perspective, just to give you a little background, the white oil pipeline that we operate was commissioned back in 2005 with a total throughput capacity of 8 million tons per annum of diesel at that time only. We have never attained that 8 million ton mark ever. The highest that we have done was last year, 5.2 million tons. When this pipeline was put up, there were additional storages that were also built to operate this pipeline system. So that added to the overall storage of this country by good 700,000 tons of total storage capacity that was added. To give you another perspective on the white oil pipeline, our country has basically seen the diminishing demand of HSD. We basically were heavily reliant on HSD imports, but that has changed now. And we are more importing motor gasoline now. Assessing that need, the white oil pipeline was dualized back in 2019, that project with some investments and quite heavy investments, that dualization project was achieved. And this pipeline can handle both grades now, the HSD and motor gasoline in batches with a minimum of the intermix creation, and that intermix is also getting processed at Baco's refinery. So this is a very efficient and effective system of transportation for transporting imported volumes in the country in the most reliable, safe and efficient manner. So that is the importance of that pipeline. And just to add on that, this pipeline is scalable. 8 million tons can be expanded up to 15.5 million tons per annum with certain engineering interventions. However, we look forward towards achieving that first 8 million ton mark first and then move on from there.
And considering that pipeline transportation is much more safer and cost effective than road transportation.
Yeah,
but it's not been utilized.
In terms of safer and in terms of reliability, the most important and critical aspect of the pipeline transportation is its cost effectiveness. Just to give you a comparison, currently the tariff that we basically have been given is 1/5 of the tariff of the road. So any volume that is transported from port to upcountry, it is 5 times more expensive. So it is all the more reason to basically increase the transportation capacity which is already there, to increase and maximize that. Just to give you some numbers, if this pipeline, at the moment we are transporting 100% of the HSD, which comes for the upcountry movement. We import about 7.2 million tons of imports in this country of both HSD and MS, for which about 80% goes upcountry through the WAP. Out of that 80%, only HSD goes 80%, but till yet, we have yet to achieve MoGas transportation up to a maximum of 60%. And now we are looking forward towards 70, 80, and gradually increasing to up to 100%. And that translates into, if we see the effect of this cost saving being translated into the common man of Pakistan in the form of reduced IFEM. That is, in the next 10 years, if this pipeline goes to its optimum capacity, that translates into about 50 billion rupees per annum of the savings only on the additional volumes that we would transport beyond 60% of MoGas, which translates to about 2 rupees a litre for the consumers. And this is only the additional one. The 1/5 is already there, that I have earlier said, 1/5 of the cost of the road transport. So this is how critical it is to basically increase and maximize the use of white oil pipeline, which is not only economical, safe and reliable, it also has certain other values. For example, the road maintenance cost would be lower. The type of heavy traffic that we see on the roads, that would be reduced. So there are multiple advantages of maximizing the transportation through the white oil pipeline.
Okay, with this we come to the end of this panel discussion. Although the upstream and downstream sector cannot be, covered in 30 minutes, but you people have lucidly covered a lot of topics. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Let me move quickly to the next panel discussion session on leveraging AI, a game changer for efficiency and accuracy. We have our privileged revered speakers who are experts as far as the AI domain is concerned. And I would like to call them first on the stage. We have Dr. Osman Zia, Director of Research, NUST. So may you have, yes, Dr. Osman Zia from NUST. Mr. Salim Anwar, Assistant General Manager, ARL. Can you please move to the stage, please? Thank you. Mr. Muhammad Amir Salim, Executive Director, OGDCL, Petroserve. And finally, we have Mr. Mohsin Ali Mangi, Chief Secretary Officer, PSO, Strategy Officer, PSO. Thank you, panelists, for joining here. I would like to take one round of questions from all the panelists, and then I'll move to questions from the participants to make it more interactive. So here we have energy sector, energy-related conference. And in fact, if I talk about AI, this development has disrupted all the sectors, including energy sector. So how can companies in Pakistan adopt AI, if I specifically about the energy sector? Then one of the participants asked this question as well, that how can they collaborate or coordinate with the companies of energy sector for if they want to provide their services as far as AI-related services are concerned. So what's your take on this, sir, please? Dr. Osman Ziasab.
Thank you very much for giving the opportunity today. I think energy sector has been one of the early adopters of AI. जिसको हम आज AI कहते हैं, that AI is actually ChatGPT के बाद has like been talk of the town, but energy sector has been using artificial intelligence and machine learning models for quite some time, especially in their rigging algorithms. That has been there for quite some time, and I think they are very mature and they have been used in quite some time as well. But if you talk about the modern AI models, especially based on generative AI, I think companies need to think both horizontally and vertically. During my interaction with some of the oil and gas companies that I had been in touch with the reference of PIP through sessions organized by them, there is a need to adopt it horizontally. By that horizontal adoption, I mean that the co-pilots can be made accessible to your employees generally across the organization so that they can leverage the technology, understand it, use it, and enhance their productivity. लेकिन जब आप हॉरिजॉन्टली स्केल करते हैं तो हॉरिजॉन्टल स्केलिंग के अंदर आपके पास ROI का मेजर नहीं रहता. So you cannot measure your return on investment if you scale horizontally. And to measure that ROI, you need to adopt it vertically as well. Vertically adoption का मतलब ये है कि अब आप एक co-pilot नहीं employ कर रहे. You are picking up one of the use cases and then implementing it from top to down or bottom up, whichever way you want to implement it. But then that one use case is end-to-end autonomous and AI enabled. But uski adoption is a bit tricky part because for that you need to have the capacity, capability, understanding and technical manpower to adopt that. उसमें बहुत सारे हमारे especially in Pakistan हम struggle करते हैं कि हमें access नहीं है GPU compute की locally. So my recommendation to early adopters who are implementing vertical use cases would always be that don't go for infrastructure investment out of the box. आप infrastructure पे invest ना करें right from the start because this technology is still in early phases. So generative AI बहुत early phases में है, एक hype create हुई है, and everybody is running after hype कि हम कहीं पीछे ना रह जाएं. FOMO is actually more pronounced fear of missing out. So अगर आप vertically adopt कर रहे हैं तो leverage cloud compute, cloud को इस्तेमाल करें, use case implement करें. If you see the value, then go for infrastructure side and implement that.
Same question towards Salim Anwar Saab.
First of all, thank you for organizing the event and giving us the opportunity to talk about this topic. I totally agree with what you said about how we should go about implementing AI. Before I talk about your specific question with regards to what people can do locally to help assist companies adopt AI, I think it's very important to first frame what we mean by the adoption of AI. Due to the FOMO that you talked about as well, I think there's a lot of misconception around whether AI means automation and completely overtaking existing processes and make them all automated. That's not the case, at least now. And it's not recommended as well in the energy sector at this stage because of the nature of the industry. So when we think of augmentation only, we're looking at the co-pilot that my colleague mentioned as well, the co-pilot side of things where AI advises, but humans make the final decision. But to answer your specific point about what local companies can do to assist, There's a lot of work that needs to be done as we go through this activity of adopting AI in looking at our data sets, cleaning up data sets, reviewing data sets, looking at where we store this data, whether you do it in-house or whether you do it over a cloud. At the moment, at least to my knowledge, most of the solutions available are all third-party and external to the country. So where local entities can begin assisting in the deployment of AI is looking at how to integrate AI solutions with companies. And then local companies can also look at assisting on-premises LLM solutions and helping deploy that if the capability doesn't exist in-house. But I just want to, from an overall perspective, when we talk about AI, I totally agree that we should be looking at the co-pilot side of things first. You know, look at the assisting in decision making at this stage rather than anything else. Learn, understand what the outcomes are, understand what AI is capable of doing, because there's a lot of misunderstanding in what AI can do. And what's very important that is often missed when we talk about AI is how to best launch it and reduce some of the fears around AI, because a lot of people think bringing AI means we're going to get rid of all the jobs and everything's going to go automated. So all these things need to be addressed in conjunction. So that's another thing where external parties could help coach and also help with the cultural implementation of AI.
I'll ask the same question from Amir Salim Saab as well, but in a typical context that we need capacity as far as human resources are concerned. About the infrastructure and financial resources, the two panelists have already mentioned a few things, but what about the human resource aspect of this AI development in the energy sector companies?
Okay. Yeah. So first of all, thank you for having me on the panel, Shahryar and the PIP. So let me a little bit put it in a different perspective, because I am representing the SOE here, and normally when it comes to the SOE, there is a perception that we lag behind the technology, and we are not the early adopters. But I think some of you might have picked up in the morning when Mahmood Sayam was talking that almost 2 years ago OGDCL put together the first real-time operating center for drilling 2 wells in the most complicated north area of Pakistan in Betani, where we were drilling with the real-time operating center set up by our service provider SLB, and through that we drilled the wells, and we had made 380 interventions in that well through the machine learning process. And we actually learned through the process of drilling and how we optimize the drilling parameters. And in some cases, our saving were more than 40% compared to the previous well. So we were the first adopters in Pakistan about the AI. So there are many examples that I can quote. I mean, from the global industry as well. So as the panelists were saying, that we don't have to go big. You have to throw those small stones, and you have to be focused what you are looking for. I think, first of all, it's very important for people to understand that AI is not the IT business. It's not the IT business, it's the leadership business. People who are in leadership roles have to drive the AI transformation. It's not about your IT manager or your IT steering committee to talk about the AI. So first of all, you have to decide what your pain points are, what you are looking at in terms of productivity enhancement, what you are looking at in terms of your earnings, in terms of your EBITDA, in terms of your returns, and that's where you have to apply. So let me give you an example of Saudi Aramco Khurais facility, one of the biggest facilities in the world. They have 40,000 sensors installed for the 500 wells that they are monitoring online all the time. And some of the productivity enhancements are 15% more production, and we are talking about gigantic numbers. So there are very specific cases where people are actually adopting it. And also my suggestion would be not to try to build this thing in-house, because it needs all the work, experts can do that. So some companies have this fallacy of trying to create this one software engineer and one person. So the classic case might need 500 people, the geoscientist and all this. So it's actually very important. And one very interesting anecdote in one of these conferences I attended, So one of the companies in Pakistan have actually written to the SECP that they want a board seat for an AI. So they want a board seat, a director, a virtual director, which will be an AI. So you can imagine how things are progressing, how things are moving. So go focus, look at what your pain points are, take the leadership, and then move from there.
Thank you, sir. In fact, data, quality of data, large data, they are the components we have in the development, in the implementation of AI. How do you see these factors are important, specifically if we talk about the energy sector, and how AI can help us in building trust, in accuracy as far as the data and quality of data is concerned? I have a question from, yes, if you like to give you a comment. Yes, please. Mohsin sir.
Okay. So yeah, it's a big challenge right now. So I will just start from the fact like AI is not a cognitive tool. It's entirely based on the data and the machine learning that you have. And in fact, I will start from the fact that you just mentioned where the local companies can help you and how they can actually integrate with us. So primarily, if you buy and or install a complete solution which may have been developed outside, it may have been based on a dynamic or a static database somewhere abroad. And it's not tailored to the requirements or whatever is happening in Pakistan. So the data sets have to be local. So then it comes to the fact, what are the different stages that you go through? And if you look into the data management of any company in Pakistan, so we operate in silos. Even the ERP system and many of your OT and IoT systems are in different silos. They are not really integrated. So it's one of the bigger challenges. So I think that there's a 4-stage process that you have to follow. First is that you create the data universe in which you identify what are the relevant variables for you and what are the data points you require to be captured in order for you to make decisions or help you in your decision making or actually put down on your efficiency and effectiveness. So the second stage is that you actually start capturing those data points on a regular real-time basis. So your database is not just static database, it's a dynamic database, and it actually evolves with time and decision making, and then you keep on working on it. The third stage is that you start collating that data, and it is from a raw data format into a conceivable information, and it starts assisting you in your decision making. And the fourth stage is that you go to the logarithmic stage, and then you develop the critique tools, and you start evaluating and implementing those decisions. And it's a long cycle which requires a lot of learning. It requires the creation, investment in the infrastructure. It requires investment on not just one AI-based tool into multiple tools. So, and it's an evolution. And at the same time, you have to build the capacity. So the idea is that you do not do it in a single go. You start with the co-pilots. You actually do not try to implement every single thing on the day one. You use the high priority importance data sets and start building tools on top of them. Another point which has been raised is the ROI-based thing. So one of the major misconceptions about the AI implementation is that it is some magic tool which is going to solve all your problems. It has to be aligned to what is your long-term objective and what exactly you want to do. And then you look around and you develop the tool or adopt a tool which will be assisting you in getting that goal. And then you allocate resources accordingly, which may not be just the cost reduction. It could be efficiency in your planning. It could be the better planning. It could be avoiding risk. Like, for example, we have deployed an HSC-based tool which does a visual testing for every single vehicle which is entering our terminal facilities. So it has a 16-point check based on the visual data. It converts the visual data into a decision-making tool, and it allows or does not allow a particular vehicle to enter the premises. And similarly, we have chatbots for the customer services, so that like the number of questions they have to respond, but there are limits assigned to it. And it helps you develop better products or service standards, and then you can actually gauge your performance, which has a longer-term brand value, but it may not be readily convertible into an ROI concepts. But this all depends what is your long-term strategy and how you want to go in that direction. And you have to go through this cycle in an evolutionary stage. You start with your high priority areas, but at the same time, you should have a broader vision, and you integrate all your systems accordingly.
Yes, if anyone of you would like to add on it.
I'd like to take a step back a little bit, right? And first clarify that everybody here is from the energy sector. The energy sector already has very valuable data, and the data is already very clean, generally very clean, operational data at least. What's changed, right? We've already been doing data analysis. We've already been doing data analytics. What's changed now? And why are we talking about the quality of data? And I'd like to touch upon the HR question that you had as well. So if we talk about simple LLMs, most people here would have used the likes of ChatGPT or Gemini and should be relatively familiar with these kind of tools. It's democratized the means of talking to data. Before, when you needed to do data insights, you needed someone who understood the statistical analysis side of things, the maths behind it. You had to go to someone who could go run that analytics for you. Now, I just have to ask it in simple English, and it'll do that for me and give me the outcome I want. So it's opened up that data, and it's opened up the ability for anyone to ask questions and follow-up questions and gain insights from that data rather than send it to a specialist segment of people. The reason I'm tying this into the HR question that you raised is because rather than focus on, like some of the panelists mentioned, bringing in specialist software engineers or trying to build up the capacity for AI, what's very important at this stage is just getting people familiar with AI because there's so much misunderstanding around it. One of the large E&P companies overseas, one of the biggest E&P companies overseas, I was fortunate enough to hear one of their key members talk about their implementation of AI. And I love the way they did it. They just went and gave everybody a ChatGPT account and asked them to play with it, right? So that not just reduced the fares, it also helped people understand what AI is capable of doing. And it's not going to suddenly automate everything you've got, but it will definitely help you speed up your decision quality. It'll help bring consistency in your decision making, and it's scalable. So if nothing else, at least go down that route. At least try to learn what AI is all about first, and then we can talk about the next steps.
Just a small... I'll request you to comment on it, but I would like to add one thing onto it. I mean, we are talking about AI, we are talking about a lot of data. Companies are already doing great. They have their own AI-based activities, but that's not being published. It is not being made available to the others. So these two things are separate. Gathering the data, collecting the data is on one side, and sharing the information is on the other. If you'd like to add on to it, please.
Yeah, so we must always remember, just a pre-comment to answer, before I answer your question, that there is an A in AI and it will always be there, and it's artificial. So your human beings should always be involved. In terms of adoption, when you have collected your data, and now you have a technology that is claiming globally that it can decide many of your decisions autonomously. So we have to get out of the mode of conversational thinking. हमने conversational interaction से बाहर निकल के सोचना है, because ChatGPT has given access to everybody, but that access might not be the core business requirement of an energy company. Energy company की requirement है swift decision making. You need to take decisions quickly. Where this technology can help you is autonomously handling those decisions, which can be leveraged, which can be delegated to an autonomous agent. It can very quickly crunch through massive data sets, जिसमें आपको traditional machine learning algorithm मौजूद थे, जो data set के अंदर से pattern recognition करके आपको analysis generate करके देते थे. ये technology आपको उससे 10x, 100x transformation दे सकती है, where you can handle larger chunks of data, and while you are transforming that unstructured data into a structured report, you are also getting insights as a byproduct. So digitization में help करना, जिस तरह से जिक्र किया कि although energy sector is massively digitized, बहुत अच्छी digitization है, लेकिन बहुत सारे अभी भी आपके ऐसे areas होंगे जहाँ पे आपके पास unstructured data collection है. डेटा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के चैलेंजेस हैं. डेटा कलेक्शन एक प्लेटफॉर्म से हो रही है, एनालिसिस किसी और प्लेटफॉर्म पे होना है, दोनों की डेटा रिक्वायरमेंट्स, दोनों के एट्रीब्यूट्स फर्क हैं. जनरेटिव एआई कैन हेल्प यू इन ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग दैट डेटा सेट्स, आप एक प्लेटफॉर्म से दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म में autonomously data transform कर सकते हैं. So this technology can help you in getting over there, and we should now start thinking of workflow automation rather than a conversational interaction.
So I have limited time, but I would love to have at least one question from the participants, please. Yes. Can anyone please pass on the mic? Sir.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering that, as you said, that there are lots of companies that are working on AIs, but there is not much published in Pakistan, especially from the local data sets and local. So, especially from the research side, Dr. Saab, I would like to ask you, how are we going to go about it? Because there's not much published, and there's, although everybody talks about AI, but there is no, even on the competency side, we are not at par with the world to export that data set. So that's a question for you, Dr. Saab.
Ji, bilkul, being a developing country, we have technologically and in terms of innovation, we have been lagging behind. Matlab iska simple sa innovation index agar hum dekhna chahein, to we don't have a single unicorn as of now, where United States have more than 700 unicorns in just 1 year. China has more than 200 unicorns in just 1 year, and we don't have even a single one in the past 15 years. So innovation is a big challenge for us. मैं इसको दो एंड से देखता हूँ. Since I am part of industry as well, मैं इंडस्ट्री में भी काम करता हूँ और मैं नास्ट के अंदर भी हूँ, तो एकेडमिक और इंडस्ट्री बोथ आई लुक. एकेडेमिया का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज ये होता है कि they don't get access to the data. Whatever research that is happening in industry as of now, in academia as of now, is on open source data sets. If somebody wants to work on, for example, energy sector में अगर हमने काम करना है, तो सबसे पहली रिक्वायरमेंट जो एकेडमिक रिसर्चर को होगी वो होगी एक्सेस टू द डेटा. सो देयर आर सो मेनी बॉटलनेक्स इन गेटिंग हैंड्स ऑन दैट डेटा दैट प्रोसेस इज एक्चुअली उस प्रोसेस से शायद इंडस्ट्री भी कहती है कि डोंट गो इनटू दैट, कि अब ये डेटा बाहर चला जाएगा तो उसका कंट्रोल कौन करेगा, कौन एनडीए साइन करेगा, क्या चीज़ें होंगी. और एकेडमिया भी फिर उस तरफ नहीं जाती कि इट्स सच अ लॉन्ग पाथ टू गेट हैंड्स ऑन दैट डेटा दैट इट कैन बी डन. सेकेंडली, पाकिस्तान में हमारा लॉन्ग टर्म विजन नहीं है. विद दैट आई मीन दैट एनर्जी सेक्टर आर यूजिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स दैट आर स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट, दैट आर वर्ल्ड रिनाउंड. फॉर एग्जांपल, काफ़ी सारी आपकी कंपनीज के अंदर ओरेकल के सॉल्यूशंस चल रहे होंगे, एसएपी के सॉल्यूशंस चल रहे होंगे. बट दीज कंपनीज आर नॉट जस्ट ईआरपी कंपनीज नाउ, दे आर एआई एनेबल्ड ईआरपी कंपनीज. So why would a company invest in a local R&D when they know that in next 6 months Oracle is going to piggyback everything and give them bundled? So मेरी रिक्वेस्ट हमेशा से इंडस्ट्री और खास तौर पे एनर्जी सेक्टर से ये होती है कि आप अगले 5-6 साल की रिक्वायरमेंट सोचें. जो आपको लगता है कि Oracle SAP शायद अगले 5-6 साल में भी बीट ना कर पाए, वो प्रॉब्लम आप हमारी एकेडमिया को दें. क्योंकि हमारी एकेडमिया का ऑफ कोर्स टाइम लैग ज्यादा होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पे आपको वो कॉम्पिटेंसी, जिस तरह से आपने कहा कि आपको इनोवेशन नहीं मिलेगी, लेकिन जब आपको उनको प्रॉब्लम पोज करेंगे तो वो सोल्यूशन ढूंढ के लाएंगे. देयर आर ब्रेन्स, वी हैव लॉट्स एंड लॉट्स ऑफ गुड ब्रेन्स. वो सारी की सारी ब्रेन्स जो हैं वो सिर्फ इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर जर्नल पब्लिश करने के लिए इस वक्त ओपन सोर्स डेटा सेट के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं. काम भी अच्छा हो रहा है. वी आर बीइंग पब्लिश्ड, वी हैव registered our name as a very good international standard research publication country. लेकिन हम लोकल प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं कर रहे, क्योंकि लोकल प्रॉब्लम एकेडमिया तक पहुंच नहीं रही, क्योंकि वो लोकल प्रॉब्लम बाहर की कंपनीज 6 महीने में सॉल्व करती हैं, ये शायद 1.5 साल में सॉल्व कर लें, आप वेट नहीं कर सकते. So give them problem that might hit you 5 years down the line. They may deliver you in 4 years. शायद Oracle आपको 1 साल में कर दे, लेकिन ये 4 साल में कर देंगे, लेकिन कल जरूर देंगे. So that would be my humble request from the industry, that give them long-term solution जो आपने कुछ अरसे बाद encounter करने हैं.
Mohsin sir, your views on it, please.
अच्छा देखिए, 2-3 reasons है. I will just take a minute. So दो तीन रीजंस है कि आपकी चीज़ें ज़्यादा पब्लिश नहीं होती AI के ऊपर. देखिए, एक सबसे पहला पाकिस्तान के अंदर डेटा प्राइवेसी रूल्स एंड द गवर्नेंस मैकेनिज्म्स आर नॉट वेरी एस्टैब्लिश्ड. सो इफ आई गो अहेड एंड पब्लिश समथिंग दैट आई हैव डन और मेक इट पब्लिक, वो आपके नॉर्म्स अभी पूरी तरह से एस्टैब्लिश नहीं है. सेकेंड थिंग इज कि आपके डेटा मैनेजमेंट की कुछ रूल्स हैं, क्योंकि मोस्ट ऑफ द सॉल्यूशंस आर नाउ क्लाउड बेस्ड एंड पाकिस्तान हैज सर्टेन पॉलिसीज स्पेशली विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द एनर्जी सेक्टर एज वेल. So much of the data you cannot really reside on international foreign clouds as well. तो वो एक और चीज़ है जो आपके उसके साथ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट करती है. अच्छा, देन एक सर्टन स्टेजेस के ऊपर देखें, आप एक फाइनल प्रोडक्ट देखना चाहते हैं AI का, लेकिन AI हैज़ बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड एंड इम्प्लीमेंटेड इन मल्टीपल प्लेसेस एंड इट्स नॉट वेरी अपरेंट. फॉर एग्जांपल, लाइक फॉर PSO, we are going through a very detailed BPR exercise. And one of the things that we are doing, although we were digitizing, and as the professors have highlighted, even if you're a digitizer, it doesn't mean anything if you are unable to retrieve the data. It's just digitization of data. It's not retrievable into any useful information. So idea is that one of the places where we are deploying an AI-based tool is the data cleaning. And actually we are putting up a top layer on the data lake house, and the data actually passes through, and over the period of time when you're trying to automate certain functions, at the same time it's also cleaning your database, and you are actually having two different sets of data now. So many of those things are there, and it's all local, and we are doing it in cooperation with certain IT companies. And it is happening, but it may not be coming public as yet because the norms are not established. And the last point is, we also have to establish the market for data monetization. So there is not enough incentives for people to actually convert their databases and make them available for public use or other decision makers because of these two established things, that A is the privacy and the copyright rules, and the second one is the monetization policies available.
That's really interesting. Yes,
I have a quick question to the three companies represented there. If they could quickly each tell the audience what specific areas they are actually working on in terms of implementing AI into their operations. So just, quick examples of what each of you are doing, if possible to share here. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So, as mentioned earlier, I'm personally of the firm belief that augmentation over automation is something that we should be looking at in the energy sector. Because of the safety criticality around the energy side of things, and getting familiar, because any adoption plan has to be sustainable. So whenever we talk about adoption, it should be one that can be scalable and is sustainable. And part of that sustainability involves ensuring that people actually use the tool. Which is why in my earlier conversations I said getting familiar with what AI is capable of doing from a top management perspective and for the user perspective is far more important at this stage, so that we ensure that the people use them when we do deploy AI at critical ops levels. So, for example, what we're doing is we've got an AI committee with representatives from each department, so that there's familiarity of what we're trying to do across the departments. And we've started off small, just the way my colleague from, the professor from NUS said, you don't need to do something grand. We wanted to start small pilot projects, and we're doing it in areas where the data isn't sensitive, from all the reasons that some of the other people have talked about as well. So specific examples would be, for example, we've taken data offline and reviewed maintenance logs for equipment that has failed to see if we can get some insights. Human beings are very good at picking up linear correlation in data, but the non-linear type stuff or missing correlations that you would normally not pick up is something that AI is really showing benefits in. And then the non-technical things, SOP reviews, creating maybe a chatbot for employees to engage with to understand what the policies are, having an in-house advisor for legal activities. We're seeing that the decision-making quality is being sped up, and the ability to have someone as an advisor with all the world's knowledge right next to you is phenomenal, to be honest, and it's helping the cultural adoption side of things. So people are not as concerned about the AI, the upcoming implementation of AI as they probably would have been otherwise.
Samir sir, if you can add on to it, please.
Sharia. So let me just put it in three pointers, what we are doing, because OGDC is a mammoth, very large company, and multiple disciplines, departments. So number one, the executive committee is led by the CEO, MD, with having a couple of other executive directors. to set the agenda of what we have to do in terms of AI. That's where we have identified our pain points, what we'll do over the next 5 years. Number two, then we had done very extensive workshops in the last about year and a half ago, where all the key operating departments identified their pain points and solutions, and then they defined the level of maturity in the complete digital transformation, where who is low, who's medium, who's high in terms of the digital maturity. So from there, then we selected a roadmap for the next 3 years, and now we are in the deployment stage. So for example, in the drilling, so we are deploying a complete digital drilling platform. So it has the whole drilling transformation, it has the real time, it has the machine learning capability. So right from the planning stage of any well that we drill to dynamic monitoring of the well, the reporting, and then the last part of what I mentioned about the actual intervention in the activity. So then you start to see the difference, you know, how you're planning, how you're monitoring. So that's how we do in 3 steps at OGDCL.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we move towards the end of this session, though this is very useful, very important and contemporary, but limited time is also a constraint. Thank you so much, debated speakers and panelists. Thank you so much. With this, we now move towards the last panel discussion session, and that's on the capacity building for sustainable energy growth. Here we have 3 panelists. I would like to call them to move towards onto the stage. First is Mr. Shehzad Safdar, Executive Director, EDHR, OGDCL. So please. We have Ms. Nida Yusuf, Head of HR, PSO. May I request you to please move towards the stage, please. Mr. Nadeem Nazir, HOD, HR&A, Atak Refinery. Sir, I'll request you to move to the stage. Thank you. May we have a clapping? Thank you. I know the schedule is really tiresome and it's really difficult to manage it as well, but I'll try to make it as attractive and precise, side by side. Thank you, speakers. The panelists we have here, let me put up the first question. I'm again saying the typical energy landscape we are talking today. And what do you think, what are the critical skill gaps nowadays that need to be addressed, and what the organizations need when they hire any individual, they want to promote it, they seek skills in anyone? What are those typical skills or gaps you identify? Yes, sir. Shehzad Safdar, please.
Yeah. From a E&P perspective, OGDCL is a company which operates across the whole spectrum of E&P operations, which starts from the seismic data acquisition to getting the data, processing it, drilling, and then production, and then transportation through pipelines, and processing of the final product. So basically, and the industry that we are talking about is actually very clearly and very markedly characterized by volatility and complexity. There is talk of energy transition, and then there is talk of energy addition as well. So people are not very clear as to which way the industry is going to move and what are the going to be defining characteristics of this industry in the near future, because all the estimates and all the predictions and all the forecasts regarding energy transition have been kind of scaled back or put forward in one way or the other. So given this complexity and this unpredictability, what we need at this point in time is leaders and professionals who are resilient. And for this, I mean, because traditionally I'm talking about the E&P sector, and the E&P sector is basically led by technologists and professionals, engineering professionals. And in their case, the project management skills or their leadership skills or their managerial skills, they are something that they need further honing and further development. So with this perspective, I think energy companies who actually are operating in a complex situation require people with more resilience, more tough mindsets, and people who can make agile decisions while on the go. And similarly, there are some technical issues that need to be tackled, particularly with regard to ESG compliance and energy transition or energy addition. And then the topic that we just discussed, adoption of AI. And AI has been used in the E&P sector for the last 2 or 3 decades, but not at the scale, at the level, and with not the computing power that is prevalent right now, that's available right now. So its adoption and its actual proper usage is a big challenge. There's a skill gap around it. And then the operational, the systems that we use, their security, not just for the IT security, but for the OT security. These are some of the areas that we need really good people, and these are the skill gaps that we are at the moment more concerned about, and we are actually, our training and development efforts are geared towards overcoming these skill gaps and getting forward with these skill gaps.
Thank you, sir. My question is from Ms. Nida. In the Pakistan energy sector, if I talk, especially in the given context where you have a lot of other responsibilities, how can HR lead capacity building for digital transformation, for, we can say, the contemporary issues of energy transition and the other things and so, without letting the workforce demotivated?
Sure. So thank you so much for having me. I think when you talk about going through a digital transformation, we need to understand that we're talking about transformation and not really disruption, because every industry has its own nuances and every industry has its own flavor. And categorically said, oil and gas is more of a traditional company. Yes, we do have a lot of technology coming in, but for Pakistan, obviously it's going to take some time to really get there. And if you look at it, it needs to be institutionalized for starters, and there was a discussion that I believe Osman Saab had before this. We need to start with academia and then the industry, and then going on to see what the government or the regulators can do to help with that. So I would say that build a narrative and also be very clear, right? HR does not own the implementation or the tech piece. HR is supposed to create that conducive environment. We don't own technology, but we own the way you get a buy-in from the employees to not feel resistant to the change that's coming in, to not feel threatened. You're also at the same time supposed to be in a space where you assess the risk, which may pose to be a threat, for the longevity of the employees and so on. So that would be number 2. And number 3 is, of course, you need to look at moving away from the typical, this is what's required on a job description to hire somebody, and start moving towards a skill ontology model, really, where you, for example, have people from the engineering disciplines, but have more of a scale as far as your digital fluency is concerned. And similarly, an HR person would have various other sub-skills. So having capability clusters, again, is another important piece that needs to go in. So sequence transformation is something that has always worked, even if you look at other countries and so on, where you bring in, you bring in the fact that you are optimizing your operations, so you've stabilized that piece. Then you digitize, of course. And with that, you're also upskilling and you're reskilling the people. You're creating that, that environment and that transformation that needs to happen. And then, of course, you go in for all the other innovation that can border around, the entire piece.
Thank you. The same question is to Nadeem Saab as well, but Ma'am Nida has highlighted the role of academia. And when we talk about the training, capacity buildings, and many of these things, they appear like they are least prioritized, unfortunately. However, they're very important to improve their skills, to equip with the contemporary knowledge. What do you think, how can the academia, industry, can collaborate, and specifically for the capacity development, capacity building?
Yes, thank you very much for asking this important question. First of all, I can see the body language of the audience at the last stage of the event. But the good thing is that this is the last segment of the event. Hopefully, we'll close the event after this. So thank you very much for bearing with us. I'll reiterate and repeat your question. Actually, there are three major pillars when we talk about any win-win or the success situation. That is the academia, industry, and the more importantly, the regulatory or the government. I've been into the field of HR since last 3 decades. Although there has been an improvement in the last few years, but still there is a lot of blind spots, lot of gaps when we talk about the collaboration between these three pillars, important pillars. Actually, ceremonially, we do go for signing the MOUs between each of us and making some kind of understanding. But those are the ceremonies, actually, it does not render the tangible results. And the reason for me, to my knowledge, that we are not actually sitting into the decision-making bodies of each other. Academia, virtually, these three pillars are working in silos. That may be the academia or the industry or the government. Because, their collaboration, their integration is supposed to be so strong. If we talk about the academia, these are the universities, which is the source of the talent for, this is the source of talent for the industry, these universities, And we need to be there within the universities, within the academia, and academia need to be there within the industry in order to understand what kind of talent do we really need to progress, to grow the industry. And over and above, more importantly, the role of the regulatory or role of the government, that's so important because their role is to lubricate the system, to facilitate the system, to incentivize the system in a manner that it works and it becomes a win-win for all of us. So I think one of the takeaway for us can be from this event today that we should make some kind of action planning and we should work on that and we should get those things implemented. That's very important. And I'm thankful that you asked this question. I again reiterate, and make a very strong emphasis on it, that these three important stakeholders are working in silos. We need to be integrated with each other.
Yes, sir, you are right. I am from academia, and whenever we have such sittings, no matter at what forum, which forum we are talking, but I did never find any industry person or any academic individual, those who are not interested in collaboration. But the problem, and that's my question to Shehzad Saab as well.
One comment that actually I would like to make about this industry-academia relationship, that at OGDC, we, during the last 2 to 3 years, have made very deliberate and very concerted efforts towards nurturing and developing this relationship. And at the moment, I can tell you the examples. We are working with the top institutions and universities in Pakistan. With NUST, we are working on decarbonization efforts. There's a specific project going on right now. With GIK, we are working on developing the first hydrogen prototype in Pakistan. This is under progress. With with GIK, we have also gone into collaboration with them in their 4-year degree, chemical engineering degree program, which will have a specialized oil and gas stream. And this will be after the first 2 years, the next third and fourth year, the students will be trained at our facilities. So it will be a joint collaborative degree issued by GIK and sponsored and authored by OGDC. Then with the Pakistan Institute of Applied Engineering and Sciences, we are working on a prototype with developing wind energy. And this prototype will actually work along the on the basis of wind energy generated along the roadsides. And this is also a project that we are currently pursuing. And similarly with LUMS, we are involved in, they have been interested in the solarization of 5 of our fields. They are doing this right now. And also with the LUMS is also, their energy institute is also pursuing one of our indigenization projects. So with all these top institutes working in Pakistan, we have got into very kind of deep and very strategic partnerships. And this is, I can assure you, this is just the beginning, and we are going to pursue it in a more concerted and a more deliberate manner.
All right. Are these trainings linked with the employees' performance or something
Absolutely,
like that?
Absolutely, because these trainings and the performance of employees in these trainings actually determine the career progression and the upward mobility of the employees.
All right. In fact, we have in the banking sectors, these trainings some of the trainings are mandatory to move towards, to move upward in the ladder, and that may be a good strategy. Anyways, thank you. Now my question is to Ms. Nida, and that's about to what extent you feel there is a resistance to digital transformation, and that's actually a capability gap as far as the adaptability or leadership is concerned, rather than it is a mindset issue. So what do you think about it?
Sure. Before I answer that, I just have a comment on the previous discussion. Look, I completely agree on the fact that, a lot, and directionally we are clearly doing a lot, and organizations have taken that step. But let's also get a view of where the world is going. So as important as degrees are, now there's a very clear concept of stackable or micro-stackable certifications or credentials, which is something that is easy to access. It is something that can happen at any point in time. It doesn't really disrupt your, the entire degree norm that's happening, and it doesn't take a lot to really get it done. And maybe today some bigger organizations can go ahead and really club with big universities and make that happen. But here there's a lot of opportunity for everyone to pool, and regardless of the size of the organization, to go in and say that these are the kind of skills we're looking at. This is how we look at our employment trajectory going forward. Because we may be regimented in a lot of ways, but let's face it, with technology coming in, you may not always have a 9-to-5 role available. Let's also face the fact that sooner or later, the concept of job titles, etc., people will do away with it at some point in time. Maybe it's going to take some time for Pakistan to adopt it, and specifically with the kind of industry we're in. But I think that's the direction all of this will head to, and for more people and more players to come in, it is important that we start looking at these bite-sized credentials, which anybody can opt for at any given point in time, and they may not necessarily have to be tagged to a person's performance per se, because we're looking at upgrading a society. We're looking at developing organizational capabilities in general. Now, to answer your question on the resistance, there's always resistance, and it's been a learning for me as well. I used to think that people with a rigid mindset would have that going for them, but I've realized that resistance generally happens when you've got a poorly laid out transformation plan, or one doesn't exist. Because again, जो मैंने इससे पहले बात की थी, that there's a lot of जैसे ही बात होती है that technology needs to be implemented, or we're going to go ahead with bringing in something new, The first thought is, okay, we're going to cut down on people. There's going to be rationalization. Efficiency ko hamesha se we've linked it to some form of headcount, reduction in some way. That naturally will bring about a feeling ke, people will feel irrelevant, or they'll feel ke there is no connectivity, or we'll be held accountable. And exactly why I'm not a very strong supporter of things being linked to performance, so to say. So when there is a transformation that needs to happen, it needs to be sequenced, like I said. It needs to be modular, it needs to be piecemeal, and it needs to be put together with a narrative to say that this is just going to create a multiplier to human judgment, to the way we're doing things. So people ease into it. And yes, of course, as systems modernize, as there's maturity in it, things automatically become better and lean and efficient.
So the same question is to Nadeem Nazir sir. If you'd like to add on to it, please.
Actually, what I have observed, I've been working in the various industries, and presently I am representing the energy sector as head of HR with Adak Refinery. I have seen the refinery sector a little slow in terms of the change management as compared to the other industries, because my last exposure was with the tech industry, where the technological changes used to happen overnight. It is relatively slow industry. But in these days, as we have heard other panelists since morning, the changes are coming, changes are happening. So in my opinion, one important skill set which we need to develop in our associates is the mindset of acceptance of the change management. That's very important. Because if we want to reap the benefit of a particular change, it is a matter of time when we are going to embrace that change. That's very important. If it happens in time, we become the beneficiary, because the change is inevitable, and if we wait for the time when it is going to happen as an inevitable event, then most of the time we are the losers. In Adak Refinery, as I earlier said, we are facing a couple of very important challenges, which I would like to highlight, and I would also very quickly say upon that how we are coping up with these challenges. And that is the succession management, the line of succession, the availability of the successor on the critical positions. That's very important. In ARL, we have developed, with the, of course, forward-looking approach of the CEO, we are lucky to have him here, the Khatak Saab is sitting here. We have devised a talent pool of 50 to 60 high performers. And we are extending, imparting the customized development interventions for them in order to make ready as a future leaders of the organization, because that's a big challenge. If we, as you started earlier, the gaps of the skills, the skill gap you were mentioning. Skill gap is one thing, but I tell you, in refinery, or especially maybe in the Adak Refinery, it is totally absence of the skill, because we are struggling with the turnover issue. At one side it's a challenge, but of course I take it as a credit as well, that it's a pride that we are serving as a training institute, and our talent is, being deployed nationally and internationally in all refineries. So in order to make succession line available, we need to develop them continuously, and we need to make sure they are available whenever there is a replacement, because replacement is a natural process. And that is the reason I'll go back on the first question very quickly within a minute. In Adak Refinery, we are in touch with all the bodies and the institutes which could help us. That maybe recently we had an agreement with the GIK, we are in touch with the NUST, we are in touch in the LUMS, and nowadays I am working with the Arousing Executive Development Center of LUMS. We are planning to have a customized development needs to fulfill needs of our associates in order to have a succession line available all the time. So this is how we are approaching towards these challenges. But it's a continuous process, and I'm sure we need to struggle continuously.
Thank you. My last question to Shahzad Saab is that, sir, what Nadeem Saab has highlighted, it's again a bigger challenge for, not for the private sector organization or for some specific industries. Rather now it's a challenge for government sector organization. From many of the universities now people are leaving very rapidly. And in fact, that's important as far as the capacity building and training is concerned. You train people, a person who promotes upward, up in the ladder, and then he finally moves out. So what do you say about it? What do you think?
You see, this is an issue which will always be there, which has always been there and will always be there. So, and with the kind of company that I belong to, I come from, being the national oil company, we believe that we have actually owe it to the country as well to train people and make them available for the outer market as well. And so there's nothing wrong with it, because ultimately it's the whole society or the whole country which benefits out of it. As far as our own company is concerned, or our own industry is concerned, I'm not sure what can be exactly the reason, but there can be multiple reasons, but our attrition rate is very, very small, very negligible. In fact, we would like it to be somewhat more, more pronounced as compared to what it is now. But for multiple reasons, for various reasons, this is not an issue that is confronting us right now. There are certain areas, there are certain pockets in which people or the professionals are difficult to be found. And for example, like these the ERP systems, there's one area, and then this AI, this is another area this is going to be. But again, this is not a, I don't see this as a challenge right now. People come in these bigger organizations, they get trained, they get prepared for the outside world, and they move on. And this is how the word goes.
Wait, Mr. Duff, you can add on to it, please.
So I completely agree, and I do think that it's very, very natural for people to move on. But then at the same time, we also need to see that sooner or later we'll be in a space where you've got millennials and Gen Zs, and those are discussions that need to start happening now. And the ways of working will change. So engagement and retention strategies then have to be customized, and frameworks have to be made, and a lot of out-of-the-box thinking needs to start happening. And like I said, skills that are mandatory, of course, are there, but then now the definition of mandatory skills will also start changing, and it's just a matter of time. So we need to start moving from, I would say, job-based organization to a more capability-based organization, and if the forces combine, I'm sure we can get there sooner.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to an end to the session, and I'm really thankful to three panelists for joining us and for sharing your views, and thanks to the participants for patient listening. Thank you so much. On behalf of PIP, Petroleum Institute of Pakistan, I would like to thank all the delegates, guests, speakers, panelists, and all the people who supported and attended the conference to make it successful. And in the end, for souvenir distribution, I would like to call Mr. Adil Khatak, Director PIP, to come onto the stage. So please. I'll request Shahryar Umar Saab to give souvenir to Mr. Adil Khatak Saab, please. अच्छा ठीक है. There is something very interesting. I would like to call myself first to receive souvenir. Thank you. May we have Mahmood Sayam, Division Geo Unit Manager, Digital Integration SLB. All right. Dr. Naved Arshad, Director, Lums Energy Institute. Mr. Masroor Khan, Chairman, OGRA. We have Mr. Imran Ahmed, DGPC, DG Oil. Mr. Abdul Rashid Jokyo, DG Gas. Mr. Sajid Mahmood Qazi, I think he is also left. Dr. Khalid Amin Khan, ED Exploration, OGDCL. Mr. Kamran Ajmal Mia, CEO, Prime Global Energies. Sir, please. May Sir, please. Zahir Khan? Zahir Alam? Mr. Zahir Alam from UEP, President UEP, United Energy of Pakistan. Mr. Sajid Mahmood, Director Reservoir Development and Management, Mari Energies. Mr. Zorais Tariq, MD CEO, Schlumberger. Sir, please. इनको आखिर में कर देते हैं. Mr. Kashif Siddiqui, CEO, PEPCO. Is it PEPCO? PEPCO. Mr. Salim Anwar, Assistant General Manager, ARL. Mr. Amir Salim, Executive Director, OGDCL, Petroserve. Mr. Mohsen Ali, Chief Strategy Officer, PSO. May I request Mr. Shehzad Safdar to please put forward? Ms. Nida Yusuf, Head of HR PSO. Mr. Nadeem Nazir, HOD, HR&A, Attak Refinery. And finally, I'll request CEO Shahryar Umar Saab to present souvenir to Mr. Adil Khadak, CEO Tech Refinery, and President PIP, if I'm not wrong. Sir, can you please stay a moment? Shahryar Saab? Shahryar Saab, just a minute. Imran Ahmed Saab, please, sir. Thank you once again for participating and your patience. Thank you.